Buongiorno, good morning everybody and welcome on LPMAM first live streaming. I'm Ambra Sorrentino, I'm in charge for the marketing and I'm very honored today to introduce you to Stefania Passamonte, that is the president of LPMAM, who's gonna shortly explain us what is LPMAM, where the idea comes from, and we are presenting subsequently some of the professors from classical department and opera department. So today we are live from 11 a.m. London time up to 3 p.m. London time. We are very welcome to receive your questions and information requests. So please write in the chat if you have any questions, and we are very welcome to answer. You can get in touch either with Stefania, with myself, or with any of the professors you will be listening to today. But without further delay, please welcome Stefania Passamonte. Good morning, Stefania.
Good morning, Ambra. Thank you for organizing this very first open day of the London Performing Academy of Music. Of course, because we are the Conservatoire of the Future, we are starting online with these wonderful new technologies, and that's what we're going to do today. We're going to show you the unique platform of LPMAM, where you will be able to meet some of the professors talking live to you and answering to your questions on performance, on repertoire audition, and some of our unique advanced courses like the one that actually Ambra is going to host for us in opera management. So without further delays, I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to show you the new platform. Let's see. So this is, can you hear? Gosh. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear? Okay. Can you hear my live screen? Can you please talk so we can see if we are on?
Maybe there is some community. Okay, I cannot hear you cannot the professors. Hear? No?
Okay. Allora, stop share screen. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to try again. Please, everyone has headphones on. Remember the headphones on.
While Stefania checks with the professors, maybe I can share some images from LPMAM.
I don't have any more to add. Found it. I resolved it. I resolved the problem.
Okay, fantastic.
Is this can you hear these now? Perfect. No, I got the wrong, 1 second. Stop sharing. We're gonna do it. Window, Chrome. Share. No. Stop. I don't believe it. Allora, share. Share audio. Share. Now we're good. Now, good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to introduce you to the first group of professors from this morning. We have the wonderful Nimrod Borenstein. Good morning, Nimrod.
Good morning.
Nimrod is in London, is going to be our professors of analytics, performance in how do you say? You say it better, Nimrod.
I don't know. It's sort of analysis and composition.
Analysis and
So it's all
composition applied to the
together,
performer.
Yes, absolutely.
And we have Diego Mingolla and Manuela Kuster from the Perosi Academy in Biella. They are gonna show us live a taste of a lesson in opera coaching. Good morning, Diego, and
Good morning.
good morning.
Ciao Diego.
Also, ciao Gian.
And we have Gian, who is the Dean of
Good morning,
Opera.
Manuel.
Good morning, Gian.
Hi, lovely to see you all here. Ciao, ciao Stefania.
Ciao. And so we have Hannah from Switzerland, Hannah Gubenko, who is a viola soloist. Wonderful. Good morning, Anna.
Good morning, Stefania.
And I can see, I was seeing Claire and Rustem, but they're gone at the moment. So we'll see if they will come back. All right. So first we give the platform to Nimrod. So Nimrod is going to talk to us a little bit about his wonderful course.
Okay, so I'm a visiting professor, and as I'm visiting, actually, even today, I don't have very much time because it's crazy at the moment, even with COVID. I've got about 5 CDs on the go and many commissions, so it's crazy. But my idea is basically, I've been asked many times to help with interpretation. When people have worked with me on my pieces, they saw that it was also someone is not putting the headphones so we can hear echo.
Yes.
Is it okay now?
No?
Yeah. So
Yes.
that the understanding of music, sort of, I can really help with existing music, because music is always about the same. So that's what I've been doing for the past few years. Sometimes with friends, like we've done it with Quartetto de Cremona, and helping with the interpretation of music through the understanding of music. So, for example, a lot of people will find that when you've got sort of simple beginnings. So I know from one of my pieces, for example, for Reminiscence of Childhood for piano, it starts with a magical right hand and very calm. And I remember that some pianists told me it's difficult because it's very exposed. And it depends on how you think about it. If you've got the right feel about it, it's not difficult. Same way, sort of, if you think about the Mozart 20th Piano Concerto, D minor, the beginning, the entrance, so if you think only per note, it's very difficult to do, because the more you are aware of yourself, it's a bit like being naked on the beach, the less it's easy to do it. But what is the main point of this beginning of Mozart? Is short, long. You got da 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 dee, da da, a short phrase. Then another short phrase, and then it developed. If you see that, and if that's in, anything else is not of that importance, and then you are not stressed that you are. It's really like being on the beach. It depends does it count what type of swimming costume do you have? Are you happy to be on the beach? You should be happy to be on the beach. So I think that's the type of work that I do. That's a simple example. But there are lots of tricks, and I'm myself a performer. So I think that the technique should be never dissociated from the music. And so I will be teaching sort of sometime composition, but mostly for the part of interpretation for performers. So they can come to me with any piece, and we'll talk about it, about structure, because in great composers, there is not such a thing as a sonata form or there is not such a thing as that. Each work is an entity by its own and should be thought as well like that. It's like a work. If you understand the work, there are many ways that you can interpret it, but it's a will all work. If you don't understand that world, it makes it very difficult. So that's what I will do in my lessons.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Nimrod. That was absolutely perfect and so clear. Ambra, do we have any questions, or we can pass to Diego?
Yes, we can pass to Diego. And thank you so much, Nimrod. This was fantastic. And we hope to have many students for the composition. We repeat again, this was Nimrod Borenstein that will be teaching composition, analysis, and interpretation for the pieces. So if you wish to have further information, just get in touch with LPMAM. And now I invite...
In case you can hear something.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Fantastic. So I invite Stefania to introduce our next professor.
Yes. Grazie ancora. Thank you very much, Nimrod. And now we are going to introduce you to Diego Mingolla from the Perosi Academy.
So I'm going to...
Sorry?
I'm going to have to go. I'm rushing.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Bye.
I'll see you soon.
Yes, bye. Diego, good morning. Would you like to tell us where you are, the wonderful collaboration that we just established with the fantastic Perosi Academy in Biella? And Diego is an opera coach, Italian opera coach for the new LPMAM opera department. And Manuela Custer, that we can see in background, she's one of our superstar visiting opera professor. And you are gonna tell us a little bit about it.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm really happy, and I am absolutely astonished about this platform because it works in an incredible way. And after 2 years almost of online lessons with Skype or Zoom or anything else, it's absolutely unreal for me. So thank you, Stefania, thank you for this opportunity and for this partnership. Yes, we are in Biella, high-level music academy Lorenzo Perosi. I'm so proud of being part of this group. I'm working with this academy since more than 20 years, and even if it is basically specialized in the high performing of string music for string instruments, we opened the opera department 3 years ago. Unfortunately, during the COVID, we have to close again. But today is a very special day because we finish a very special and particular course with our countertenor Danilo Pastore, who is ending his course, and I'd like, if I can, introduce him and let him present his work for you.
Yes.
And you talk also about Manuela Custer. We are a team, of course, because an opera coaching should be in the middle between the singer and the sing professor. And so today is a very special opportunity for us to start in the real moment of our work. That I think is the most easy way to understand and to meet what we think about music. It was very interesting what Nimrod said before, because for us the question of the form is also a core question, because when you phrase in the opera, when you have to propose a history, you have to put in the form of the story, the music elements. So it's not just a work on the details, but it's a work on the context in the very, very complex and wide expression of this. I'd just like to ask Manuela to say 2 words for you and also to Danilo, and then if you want we can just perform a little moment of music with Danilo so we can share real music with this wonderful platform. What do you think about Stefania?
Absolutely, please. Yes, we would like to.
Okay for you?
Yes.
Okay, so I share my headphone with Manuela Custer.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
Good
What a
morning.
beautiful
Hello,
day
Emanuela.
today. Oh, we are in the future. This platform. Hello, everybody. The platform works fantastic, and this is a great news for all of us. Great news, this one. So, what we want to do? What do you want to know from me? What should I say?
Well, we would like you to tell about your experience. I mean, you're a
Sing-
superstar, everyone knows. You've been singing in the most incredible opera houses, and we're delighted to have you as our visiting professors, and in particular, you know, to be with us this morning for the open day, the very first open day, virtual open day, live streaming. And yes, we would like to know a little bit about your experience and, you know, how is it to teach in this new era? Before, I'd like to ask
thank
the
you
other
very much to
people
have me on board
if
with
they can
all-
mute, but if they can mute their microphone because we can hear all the background. Because we have it's a platform that is devised in stereo, so that we can hear everything that happens in the room. And so even if you have headphones, we can hear if someone is talking in the room nearby. It's meant to be so that we can have. Perfect. That's great. Thank you so much. So we have the maximum range of the sound and for the voice, for the enharmonics of the strings and everything. So that's perfect. Okay, Manuela, to you.
Thank you so much to ask me to be on board on this crazy and amazing and beautiful experience. And what can I say? It's about 36 years I'm singing, and every day is a new experience for myself. And in a certain point, I thought, why don't try to share what is 35 years of experience can be maybe useful to somebody else's. And teaching is even more important than singing, because I have to ask to myself what I would do to help the person that is in front of me to find the solution. There are no problems, there are just solutions, in my opinion. Sometimes two head, to 4 ears, and two heart are more open to find a solution. Sometimes it's just a way of breathing, sometimes it's just a bad day for the body. We are so dependable on our physical conditions more than any other musician in a way, because the instrument is ours. So this is very important to know your body, to know your way of breathing, and this every day a new discovery. And it's fantastic to have a human being in front of you and to try to find a way to communicate and to find a way to help these people to open mind, and maybe that just changing a way of breathing, of changing a way of phrasing is helping a lot to find a better way. After all, what is art in general is making something artificial and difficultly, really difficult, making it as much as possible natural and easy and affordable in a comfort zone. So it's an amazing experience. Every time I work with somebody is the most challenging for me as a human being and as an artist, if it's possible. And I enjoyed it very much. It was a very difficult moment, as we all know. And the fact to have a technical platform that allows us to be nearest, even in this word of the future, is a fantastic challenge. After all, human beings can communicate even through a video, if it's a little bit alienating after a while, but if you do have the possibility to communicate in the best clean way, this is already great help for our kind of work. Thank you for that.
Wonderful. Thank you
That's
so
it.
much. Thank you so much. That's so wonderful to hear. And what is incredible
Thank
of
you.
this platform is that we can be all together and actually playing together. In this very moment, we're not gonna do that because we are live streaming, so that's slowing down a little bit our connection. But this is made so that we can have the opportunity to play at the same time. So I'm gonna showcase that later with Laurent Ben-Slimane, who is the head of the woodwind and brass, with a tiny piece, and we will have videos about it later on. But would you like to introduce us
Yeah,
to
yeah.
your wonderful student?
Yes, he's a countertenor, and itself is a rarity in a way. Now it's full of fantastic singers that are using their voice in a very special way. But the procedure to understand how to use the voice in a very peculiar way can be sometimes tough. And we are working together for about 3 4 years, I can't even remember. And he is very curious by the way, so it's very important that he's open-minded, not just for the Bach repertoire, but also toward the modern repertoire. And this is allowing us to work within the voice in a special way. We did a great work within these years, but I think that the best way is to listen to him and let the music do his work. That may be better than many words, and let's see.
Wonderful.
He can introduce himself anyway better than myself. Danilo?
Perfect.
Here is it.
Hi everybody. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Danilo. Thank you so much
you
for.
listen to
Hello.
Yes, yes, we can hear you. I think the connection is
Okay,
getting
thanks to
slower.
you. Yeah. Yeah. As Diego and Manuela said, I am a countertenor, and we are here rehearsing a concert program who is dedicated to the countertenor repertoire, not only in the 17th and 18th century, but also the 20th and the 21st centuries, because, as Manuela said, the countertenor voice is peculiar, and of course we link it to the Baroque repertoire, but it is interesting to work and to collaborate with people who make music now and to understand what this kind of voice can say and discover the peculiarities of this kind of voice, because of course countertenors are now male singers singing with their falsettos, but when they sing Baroque opera, they sing roles written for castratos. And their instruments, their larynx, their body were so different. So countertenors can do that, but they can also do something which is clearly their dress, okay?
Wonderful, wonderful. Are you gonna sing for us?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna sing for you. I think that we can let you hear Monteverdi, San Monteverdi, which is one of the most important composers, of course, and one of the most important stages of a countertenor path of study. A beautiful aria and recitative, so a little scena, Adagio di Poppea and Oblivion Soave. It is the moment of the opera when Arnalta sings this lullaby to Poppea because she wants her to rest in order to be ready for her great future as the empress of the Roman Empire.
Beautiful. Let's listen to it then.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much. So we're gonna listen to Diego with Diego Mingola at the piano, who's our professors of Italian opera coach, and with his wonderful students and Manuela. Yeah, we're ready. We're listening.
Avanti, avanti, vagheggiate, vagheggiate, il nuovo, è luminoso il dì si come suole, eppur vedete, eppur vedete, eppur vedete, addormentato il sole.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was gorgeous. Thank you for this performance. And what is fantastic is that
Thank you.
we had no microphone connected, so this is really the quality, the stereo quality that we get from the platform that allow us to hear the sound of the
Signal from my
entire
laptop,
room.
yes.
Yes, so it was gorgeous. Thank you so much, and I can't wait to actually see you for an open day in person in London when we will be over with this crazy madness that we're living right now. It was absolutely brilliant, and thank you again for today. Best of luck with your exam and your performance.
Our languages are already ready, so
Beautiful. Thank you again.
thank you so much.
All right. Now,
Ciao, Stefania.
ciao, 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 Manuela. Ciao, ciao. Nicolas Botiman is our wonderful professor for. Good morning, Nicolas. You say that you have to go.
Hi, I'm so sorry.
Don't worry at all.
I have to go. Yes.
It's okay.
I can.
You can come back
I can
later.
come back.
Yes, anytime.
I just have to.
Don't worry.
Okay.
We're gonna send
If that's
you.
all right. I'll see you later then.
Yes.
Okay.
I see you in the afternoon. Bye bye, Nicolas. So Anna, to you
Thanks.
then.
Bye. Bye.
Anna, to you then. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about you, Anna Gubenko? She's in Switzerland at the moment, and she's a viola soloist, and we're very happy to have you with us this morning.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to join this great academy. It's really very innovative, and I'm sure it's going to be very big very soon. I'm happy to be able to teach the viola, to help upcoming generation of new viola players, to build up these old skills, and afterwards to know exactly how to apply them. Me myself, I'm trained in the Russian tradition very much from the beginning on. Nevertheless, while I was studying in Vienna, I came in touch with a lot of different things as historical practice and all the things we wasn't able to learn in Moscow. So at the end, it's kind of something new, but I could learn how to get a bridge between the Russian tradition of the string playing and things a part of this, like Baroque tradition and gut strings and how to apply together. Also, I'm working a lot with contemporary composers, making a lot of new performances. And I'm really happy to teach this all together. So to build the skills and then to apply them. equally to the new time.
Fantastic. That's absolutely beautiful. Ambra, do we have any question?
So far now we have some greetings from Olga Thomas and Katz, the drama professor. And I would suggest to continue our presentation with our fantastic professors.
Okay, brilliant. Well, Anna, thank you so much. Next time we're gonna do something together in streaming. It's easy when we're just now. I'm having some issue, I think, with my internet. Probably is the live streaming and is powering too much from my laptop. But it was absolutely gorgeous. There is also a wonderful video of you on our LPMAM YouTube channel. So you can hear Anna talking a little bit more about the course, but it's very exciting that we can present this the new repertoire to the viola and to the students who are very much keen into pushing this wonderful instrument to the place that it deserves in the performing arena. Thank you so much, Anna. Now I'd like to pass.
Have a nice day, everybody.
You too. Now we're
Bye-bye.
gonna goodbye. We're gonna talk to Elizabeth. Elizabeth, would you like to?
Bye.
Bye. Elizabeth, are you on? Elizabeth is gone. All right. Then Claire, would you like to tell us? Pardon, I'm doing something. Okay, come on. Okay, Claire. Claire Aupert and Rustem Satkolov, they are in Paris, currently actually in the countryside, so the internet is not at their best. But they managed to join us, and Claire is going to be our visiting professor for cello. So glad to see you. Claire has a special career, not just as a performer, but also she wrote a wonderful book called Les Pensements Schubert. Claire, would you like to tell us something about it? Your internet connection is not fantastic, I have to say. Yes, they left us. So I think they're going to join us later. Elizabeth, could you introduce your course for us, please? Yes.
Hello, do you want it now?
Yes, please.
Okay, so hello everybody. My name is Elizabeth Silo, and I think I'm the odd one out. I think you are the hardware, I'm the software, or vice versa. So I'm not going to teach music directly here, but I would call my course like a kind of complementary course, saying everything which is not taught in music conservatoires. And it's very interesting because from the first from the first discussion, I met Stefania. I don't even know how it came up. We just started to speak about our background. I'm a singer, I'm a mathematician as well. I did lots of different things, economics and so on. And I realized one thing. I think we are not taught how to behave, how to be ready at each and every, not just moment, every second. All our brain, our body, and the subconscious, what we don't deal with, I think, in the everyday life. Of course, if you're a teacher of cello, of any musical instrument and the singer, you know some of the techniques, you know kind of posture and so on. What we don't know is how to deal with stress. That's what I think. I don't know, you'll get me strangely, but I truly think that most of the students are not taught how to deal with stress. I don't know if you know the tapping techniques, the EFT, emotional freedom techniques, or I'm sure you have heard about kinesiology, brain control, and so on. So I learned a lot of different things in my life because I was always looking for something which is beyond music. Like, how is it possible that one musician who is perfect and techniques, everything fits well in the music, in the background, we know the history, we know all the harmonies behind, yet it doesn't touch me. It happened many times. And then I see another musicians who might be not 100% or just 99% perfect, yet from the first fraction of a second you feel something happened. And this is what I wanted to know, basically, in my life. I cannot tell you that we know and I know 100% how it works, but I'm still studying and going to teach about the brain. There is a whole neuroscientific team behind me. So if I see the students that they are interested in the musical brain, the brain cells, the neurons, I have a full presentation which I could show to them. I wasn't sure this time if I should show it or not. But, I started my summer course with a nice picture. I just show it to you
Yeah,
now,
that's
like
true.
this.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I have it ready, Stefani. I was thinking maybe to share, few of these things. So I show the picture like this,
Yeah.
and then I asked a tricky question. Actually, I can ask it now from you. How do you feel? How much it moves? Which direction?
Funny enough, I remember this summer when we did it, it was moving like crazy, and in this very moment, it doesn't move to me.
Actually, that's interesting because you didn't answer. So it means it doesn't move for you, which is good. That
Ah,
means you are relaxed people. And Stefania, it was a very big difference. Now, even if I can sense you the first time and now, and it is true about myself as well. I was very, very nervous myself in the summer. I tried to prepare everything. And then I realized that we also have to work on ourselves all the time. So I can show you, these photos later in a presentation. We can send it to you. So I would like to show some tricks to the students to see uh, basically a picture of their subconscious because we cannot control it so easily. So this is why we decided with Stefania to have a course which is about relaxation techniques as well. Some yoga, yoga postures, some a very important connection exercise, how we connect ourselves with the universe, how we believe that we are the center point of the universe when we have to believe it, and how do we sense that we are just one little fraction of the big universe. And it's very interesting that it is, I would say, it is in a scientific level as well. These kind of beliefs are important, and it's great. I think and quite interesting to know how it works in the neuronal network level, and how what I'm speaking about works just simply in the sensational work, in the fine senses of the subconscious. So basically, my course is a kind of new inventive course, which I don't think anybody really taught in music conservatoires. Am I right, Stefania? I
no.
was thinking of it, and I tried to find some courses which exist, and I haven't found anything, which means we are dealing with something for the 21st century, really, and it is true. We are not just saying it, but there is a
We're
there is a
doing it.
fine evidence for it. So I have decided to break my course into three parts. So there is like a scientific neuronal network part in a level which is understandable for the students. Of
Yes.
course, I will not do the highest research if it's quite difficult for the students, but I will speak about the musical brain, about the different parts of the brain which deals with different functions. Of course, in the superficial level, I think some of them might already know. But what is important is that each and every moment, I would like them to reach the stage when within seconds, they can relax. It's very important because, if you go for your audition and you know that your whole life depends on it, it's not just saying like, yeah, 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 I shouldn't be worried that everything will fine. This is just a superficial level. I would like them to reach the kind of ability to work quickly down inside their subconscious. So they know the techniques, yes, and I will be ready whatever happens. So basically, I think this is what the course is about. So it is the musical and emotional and scientific background of music making. So you can just deal with your professional era of music, and I would like to give all the different universal element which is missing from most of the musicians education. So I wish to achieve at the end of the year or at the end of the course that our students would be really really different from the other musicians, and I truly hope They can understand the importance of problem solving. I would like the students to come to us and be open. It will take stages, it won't be so easy. Open about their problems. Let's say if I feel like tremor before I have my audition, or if I have any other psychological problem, I would like to bring it here, to tap it out, go down in front of us. It's kind of an intimate group, it should be, and raise it as an issue, work on it openly among us, and then release it. And
Absolutely.
it's a difficult thing to speak about it, and it's a difficult thing to come out of anxiety disorders. Like we just spoke about those things with Stefania, that I had three friends, and one of them was a brilliant singer, and she ended up nowhere, I would say. And I didn't understand why. So this is why I started to think about how important is the psyche, the subconscious, always the mindfulness, the readiness, that you are ready, no matter what happens, you are there in that particular second. So
I
I
think
think
that's
this is
all
basically what
fantastic. Thank
my
you. Thank
course
you
is
so
about.
much. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Absolutely. Elizabeth,
And
that was super exciting. We really, this is the course I feel very dear about, because it's so important, and to be at the top of your mental health, to be able to perform and to communicate the maximum of your talent and of your art when you're performing. And it's something that is as important as to learn to be able to play the instrument at the top, with these fantastic professors that we have aligned in the LPMAM. So the course will be compulsory for all the undergraduate students, and all the postgraduate will be very welcome to follow it as well. And there will be other courses as well. So this will be approaching the neurological science and the yoga part of it, the relaxation, respiration. We will have theater techniques as well by actors that have been applied before going on stage, when your throat actually get blocked and then doesn't allow you to speak out. So there is different way of reaching the same goal, but the goal is that we want to create a new generation of performers that they know perfectly not only the technical part of it, but also the mental side of it, and they will enjoy and bring the joy of music to anyone listening to them or performing with them. So thank you so much, Elizabeth.
Okay, thank you.
On this argument, I'd like to pass it to Claire, but we had Peter before in our schedule. Peter, is that okay if I give the space first? Okay, so thank you so much, Peter. Claire, you have this. You wrote this incredible book that is called Les Pensements Schubert. That I think is the most beautiful book ever. It comes from your personal experience in the hospital as a volunteer. So Claire is a super cello soloist. She studied at Moscow Conservatoire. She plays in a duo with her husband, in trio with your incredibly talented daughter. Good morning, Alessandro.
Good morning.
Good morning.
One moment. So,
fantastic. We just give the word to Claire. Then we're gonna have
of
Peter.
course, I know it's at 13, 12.
Fantastic.
Can I listen? Or
you can
if you
listen.
want, I can...
I'll ask you to mute your microphone, because this is a super sensitive platform that is gonna catch anything that is happening into your room while someone else is talking.
So I have to...
There is a microphone button, and you can click that one just at the bottom, so you can just mute yourself. Perfect, you did it. All right, Claire, to you.
Okay, so I'm very glad to join this adventure. And it's true that I'm a cellist. I studied in Moscow, and I've been teaching for over 25 years. And I've got the ideal of combining actually the instrumental excellency with a certain way of being towards also our world and my experience. Now over 20 years in the hospitals, also with autistics, children, also with dementia people, and end-of-life patients in palliative care units, brings me a certain way of putting music in a kind of meaning, which is not only pursuing the excellency, which is no way very important, and I'm actually working all my life towards this aim, but also bringing it to other people and thinking that music has tremendous power actually also to diminish the pain, also to bring people together, but also in a therapeutic way. So here in your wonderful LPMAM, I'm going to teach the cello. Of course, I've been teaching in Paris over 20 years. Now I'm starting a new position at the Musica Mundi School, which is a wonderful private school for professional young talents, combining academic and instrumental formation. So it's with wonderful partners as Maxime Vengerov. Also, there was Ivry Gitlis that passed away, but many other wonderful musicians from the Russian school, but not only. And of course, now my aim here is to teach the cello, but having this background and combining excellency and also joy of not because I studied in Moscow. It was a fantastic time, but I suffered a lot, I must say. I suffered not only the material conditions, which were, of course, at that time, because it was between 89 and 93, I studied there at the time of the fall of the wall, and the human relations, the way the teachers, the fantastic teachers, they had studied also with Shostakovich. They knew everything about Prokofiev, what he said. And I studied with the Borodin quartets, members, the quartets, and chamber music. And I heard everything about the bow distribution in the eighth quartet of Shostakovich. And they would argue hours long if you have to play in the third of the bow or in the third quarter of the bow, and they wouldn't talk to each other for weeks after having argued on that theme, which is very important. Bow distribution, speed of the bow, how the vibrato must increase in connection with the pressure of the bow, and so that's my beloved theme. But I always want to connect that science, that knowledge, also with the meaning of what is music for our world, what could it transform, what could it change actually, because I think it's very important to have this look of music in a very large and broad way. So that's what I could say, briefly speaking.
Fantastic. That was absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. Does Ruslan want to say something right now?
Yes,
and then we can
okay,
say.
I'm going to call him. He's
Then I'll
right
give,
over there.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
maybe you can.
We go with Peter first. All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Claire.
Thank you to you.
Peter, to you then. Good morning. This is Peter Schumann. Did I say it right?
Yes, fine.
He's our phenomenal composer for violin professors.
Yeah. So I'm the concertmaster of the London Philharmonic Orchestra. I'm happy to actually bring a different side. From what I've been listening, there's quite a bit of Russian influence. I will bring more my influence from the American school because I'm trained in the Galamian technique. So I'm happy to bring that to my teaching. But also, I find that a lot of people study in college, and then at the end they think, okay, what now? It's very difficult to make that transition from college into what most of us would like to go into, a professional orchestra. So I hopefully can help with that transition, because I teach a lot of people privately who are preparing for auditions, but I feel that if they could start from earlier on to understand the difficulties we face and the things we need to enter a professional orchestra from an earlier age, it would be easier for them. Because of course nowadays you need to be an outstanding player even just to get a rank and file job in an orchestra. So there's a lot to prepare for. But as I say, I'm a huge believer in the Galamian technique, articulation, solid straight bow, keep the contact point, the focus point for nice, big, clean, pure, direct sound, feeling the sound in the fingers. I love etudes, scales, and all of that. But at the same time, I've had the
Sean,
privilege
you
to
need to go. You need to be
work now
super
for
quiet.
20 years with some of the great conductors in the world. I learned a lot from great conductors like Kurt Masur in the earlier days when I joined the LPO. He was the chief conductor, and yeah. So I'm hoping to to help young people with that. And this online teaching, as we learned during this last year, is actually very important because it's a lifesaver in the situation that we've been up to now. I've been for the last several months mentoring 11-year-old boy in Taiwan online, and I prepared him. He won second prize in a huge national competition in Taipei in January. I was very proud of him. Very gifted boy. So it's even long distance, so much that we could achieve like that just online. So anyway, so I'm very happy to join the family at LPMAM, and it all seems really exciting. I have to say that I would personally love to also attend the course of was it Elizabeth? But yeah, this week,
Elizabeth, yes.
this is something we all have to deal with on a daily basis, and people don't like to talk about it. But the stress and nerves, how to deal with it, it is a very important thing. And nobody taught me how to deal with it. I had to learn a lot of things. Of course, there are all kinds of tricks. You know, like for instance, what I learned from a mentor of mine, Pinka Zuckerman, who's also my hero, my idol, that you can, before a performance, stand on a chair and play the violin on the standing on a chair. And once you get used to that, after 15 minutes and you get down onto the ground, you feel so grounded and solid and stable that somehow it relaxes the heartbeat. I once saw him in a masterclass making one participant play through the entire Bach chaconne standing on a chair in front of the audience to demonstrate the point. And then something I picked up from Yo-Yo Ma, which for me works incredibly well, is he said often we overload our brain with oxygen. We're always breathing in, but with not enough breathing out. And often before I have to start maybe a very delicate solo in the orchestra, like let's say maybe from the Strauss Last Four Songs, that start from really from underneath. A couple of seconds before I have to start, I completely breathe out to drain my brain of oxygen for a second or two, and it really calms one. And then once you start playing, you breathe again, of course. But it's just this thing, we don't think about breathing out enough also, and that depriving the brain of oxygen just for a second or two has a calming effect. And so, you know, tips I picked up not in college, but from great soloists like that. So I would be very interested to hear more about Elizabeth's course, because I think everybody can benefit from that. Anyway, that's my story, and I'm very happy to join the family.
That's absolutely fantastic. Well, I totally agree with you, and many of us had to learn, the hard way when we went out from college and started our career. And this is why our conservators, as professors that are all active performers, they're all performers that they are teaching their real experience, by being on stage, by going on stage, by preparing for competition or for audition, and giving the reality check in what it is to be a professional musician today in this new era as well, and now with the pandemic as well. And yes, all the courses will be open to all the professors because we will have as well these wonderful courses on music business that they're gonna follow, and on the music law, the copyrights, the music management, the opera management, the artist development. And there is so many things that we all of us, we are performers, and we continue studying and practicing every day, isn't it? It's something that never ends, and this is the beauty of our job. And that includes as well learning how the music industry is evolving and how the music business is changing and how we can contribute to it to change in right direction to help classical music in this specific case to thrive and be the glorious, art form that we all love and we dedicated our life to. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Peter. Before we go, I'm sorry, Alessandro and Rustem, we have to show a video first, and then we will be back on the platform. So I give you the word to Ambra and I stop sharing. See you in a moment. The microphone, Ambra, we cannot hear you. Now it is.
Sorry, Stefania. So now we're going to share a short video from LPMAM Opening Day with Stefania that is presenting the new conservatoire. So I leave you with this video, just a second, and enjoy for the next 10-15 minutes, and we will be back after the break. Thank you so much to everybody.
Ambra, when you share the link, you need to say that you are adding the audio.
Oh, just a second.
So when you share the window, you need to share the audio. Otherwise, I will do it. You want me to do it? No. Okay, Ambra, I will do it. 1 second. Sorry, everyone. We will be there in half a second. YouTube. And Ambra, we can't also hear you anymore. Channel.
So just a second. Would you like to share the link, or shall I do it?
I can share the. You can do it. There is you see, play local video. Yeah, you can try that. No?
No, I'm sharing the screen.
Okay.
Just a second. Okay.
With the audio, you need to do it with the audio. Wait, maybe I have. No, this is Alessio.
Check it now.
Okay. No. No, it doesn't work. Then what we can do. Okay, I don't have. Do you manage? We can give the word. You know what? Let's hear from Alessio. Alessio, if you are on, we're gonna talk with you for a moment. Hold on. Here it is, Alessio. There you are. Now you're live, Alessio.
Hello.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Ciao.
Ciao, Alessio.
Ciao. Bentrovati.
Bentrovati.
Nice to meet you.
Alessio is one of our visiting professors. Is gonna be preparing a very special course in a theater production connected to opera. Would you like to tell us a little bit about your experience?
Sì, io vi parlo in italiano, così Ambra
Può tradurre?
Riuscite a
Già?
sentirmi?
Sì.
Ok, perfetto.
Sì, io vengo dal teatro di prosa, quindi vengo dal teatro non musicale.
So Alessio comes from drama theater, so he doesn't come originally from musical theater and opera.
E sono arrivato all'opera portando e arrivo all'opera portando la lingua italiana.
And he lends to opera by bringing Italian language.
Proprio perché sono attore anche.
Because he's also an actor.
Quindi nelle mie classi cerco di portarvi la musicalità e la bellezza della lingua italiana, che è la lingua dell'opera italiana.
So in his classes, he will be trying to bring the beauty and the musicality of Italian language, that is also the language for opera.
Penso che è molto importante, soprattutto non solo per gli italiani, ma per i cantanti stranieri, impossessarsi della bellezza, della forza, dei suoni della nostra lingua che è già musicale.
It is very important for the musicians and the students, especially for the students not Italian speaking originally, so the students coming from abroad, to get hold of the beauty and the musicality of the Italian language.
Quindi faremo un grande lavoro anche sull'interpretazione attraverso il corpo, attraverso la parola che nasce dal corpo e dal respiro.
So he will also do a great job by working on the body, on interpretation, and how the strength comes out from the body and from the breathing.
Non esistono attori o cantanti, esistono interpreti, persone capaci di farsi attraversare dalla bellezza dei personaggi, dal mistero dei personaggi.
There are no actors, but they have to become interpreters, people that can be influenced by the beauty and the strength of the characters.
E quindi lavoreremo prima sul corpo in modo aperto, disponibile, senza porci degli obiettivi precisi, ma cercando di sentirlo vivo e capace di parlare come a volte facciamo anche noi italiani, che partiamo prima col corpo.
So he will start working first of all on the body in a non-presettled way, so that the body can be used in a free way, and this will be his starting point in the meaning that exactly like Italian people that use lots of gestures, you cannot be preconditioned for using the body towards interpretation.
Successivamente ci avvicineremo alle arie, quindi lavoreremo sulla singola aria, sul singolo interprete, sul suo quasi dialogo con se stesso.
And subsequently, they will be working on the single pieces, the single areas, on the interpreters, on the characters, and working on the specific topic related to that.
E poi, lavorata la relazione con se stessi attraverso l'aria, cominceremo a lavorare i duetti, cercando di comprendere la complessità della relazione con l'altro personaggio, ma anche con l'altro interprete.
And after the aria, they will be moving to the duets, trying to understand not just your own character, but also the complexity of the other characters and how this relates in the story.
E così costruiremo delle piccole situazioni teatrali, delle piccole porzioni di opere che, perché no, potremo anche mettere in scena e cercare di fare veramente l'esperienza della costruzione, non partendo da una regia predefinita, ma partendo da una sorta di lavoro di improvvisazione che è molto importante.
And in this way, we will start staging small parts of opera, small scenes that can be also created live within LPMAM. And this will be the starting point to have this dramaturgy, this stage direction lessons. Thank you so much, Alessio. Grazie mille, Alessio.
Grazie Ambra, grazie a
Absolutely
te. Thank you.
fantastico.
Bye
Ciao,
bye, bye
grazie,
bye.
ciao, ciao, ciao.
Ciao a
Ciao.
tutti. Ciao.
Ciao Alessio, bye bye.
What a wonderful, course is gonna be phenomenal for our students to be able to apply the theater techniques and the performance acting techniques to the performing the instrument. So that would be a very special approach. Now we're gonna go back to the LPMAM platform. Let me do the Chrome tab, share audio. There we go. And we are back with, let me take away the chat. To you then. Thank you so much. Rustem is a supersonic soloist, pianist. We have been working together for many years and we met a long time ago. What was it? The Busoni competition.
Exactly.
When we were a little bit younger. And Rustem, would you like to tell us a little bit more?
Well, yes, I think we started together. I mean, you started the academy, summer academy in London. About,
Piano Masters,
I think Piano Masters 10 years ago, and I was already there. So I was always very happy to share with you this any opportunity to be there, to help you, to teach. It was a wonderful experience through the years in London, in the Royal College of Music, and later in the
Trinity Laban Conservatoire.
Exactly.
Yes.
Wonderful.
And
too.
yeah, it was our student actually that they insisted in studying with us at a proper music conservatory during the year. And so that's how the London Performing Academy of Music was born. People ask me, why is it called LPM? AM was the M for. So at the beginning it was a development of the London Piano Masters, but then Academy of Music, LPM, AM. But then everyone was asking, what's the M for? And when you say the P and M and you say piano, they thought it was just for piano. Instead, it's for all the instruments. Now we're going to have the most incredible empowerment of jazz department, musical theater, and crossover. So, so that's why it's the London Performing Academy of Music. And of course, I couldn't think about any better professors for our piano faculty than my wonderful collaborators, colleagues, and friends. That is you, Rustem, Marco Faticchenti, Hiro Takenucci, Jan Loeffler, and David Malusa, that they're gonna be join us later. So yes, sorry, Rustem.
Yeah. So wonderful. I think this project is fabulous, and also what is so special it is that during the past year we all learned a lot about how we can adapt to any situation, and actually realized that it was absolutely possible with the technical means of today to teach online, which is fabulous, which we can use this possibility in future, even as you said, when the pandemic is over, hopefully very soon, but still can use this advanced technology in order to avoid people traveling so much to establish themselves in London, which can be very problematic as we know. So I think the idea is fabulous to give to people opportunity to follow the entire course online. It's absolutely fantastic.
Above all, I mean, the flexibility that we get from the online is that our professors, like you, that you have a very active performing career, you will be touring hopefully soon again, performing all around the globe. and you won't be missing the regularity of the lessons with your students, because you could do a mix between the on-campus classes here in London, when we will be able to open the campus in London, and online while you're touring. And also you will be able to have students from all around the world, like Peter before, that he had the students in Taiwan, he said. Yes, in Taiwan. So you can be teaching at different times without having to, being in a physical building late at night or very early in the morning because of the time change. So,
So I very much look forward. It's
well,
fabulous.
we can't wait really to be able, to share our knowledge with our prospective students, and also, to be back physical and to be able to play music together in the same room. But this platform is allowing us to play at the same time. So I'm gonna give a little taste with Laurent in a moment. First, I'd like to give the word to Alessandro. Alessandro, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Rustem, thank you again.
Good morning to everyone. I'm Alessandro. I'm Italian, but I live in Vienna 25 years.
Wonderful. Alessandro, he's a fantastic opera coach, Italian and French repertoire, am I right?
Yes.
And you will bring your very long experience, both as conductor as well and music director. So,
with pleasure. With pleasure. What can I say? First of all, of course, when I was listening to all you, what happened after the pandemic, I mean, the world changed in such a way. You know what's happening also with opera. I'm here in Vienna. We are actually almost closed. The Staatsoper Wien, they do one performance per month online, and it happened that a lot of the people during the rehearsal, they took COVID. So the situation is bad. But thanks to these new technologies, we can go on and work. I can say to work online, as I was doing at home, coaching with the singer, is not easy, because you cannot play in the same time. There is this delay. I know that your new platform is better, but it's a really difficult moment for us. So I'm Italian from Florence. I come from an opera family because my both parents were. My father died 3 years ago. Were opera singers. My father did a good career as baritone, and I studied in Italy piano with 2 or 3 good teachers and one Bulgarian teacher. She was a very good concert pianist, so I can play good. So I'm not a concert pianist like you, but for working with opera singers, and I did also in the last years, I worked in a lot of productions also as co-repetitor. It's a very good way to learn how to do opera. It's a great experience. I began because I studied here in Vienna with a very good, we say, Kapellmeister, a very good opera conductor, who was also a student of Franco Ferrara and assistant of Karajan. He was the one who did all the rehearsals for Karajan 40, 50 years ago, before Karajan did the recordings, because Karajan had not too much time to. The same things I did for some other conductors, but I studied here in Vienna, and 20 years ago I began coaching privately and began to work in the opera festival here near Vienna. I don't say Vienna Staatsoper, no, but near Vienna we had more than now a lot of festivals, and I can tell you that we were doing every summer 45 performances of Carmen, whole July. So I was one who at the beginning sat back, coaching the singers, working. I did everything, prompter, all the experience of the opera conductor, also conducting performances, conducting concerts, and in the same time I alternating conducting with coaching. So now I coach because I have in summer to do some opera concerts here in Vienna, but we don't know how the situation will be. So I'm not an opera singer, although I can say I have a beautiful voice. So when I give an example, when I sing a phrase, they say I don't want to become because I'm. They say that helps a lot. I studied also with my father, who won a lot of big competitions and sang through or Europe, and the singers with me they study the right position of the voice production, the right pronunciation that in opera is 2/3 of the good singing comes from the right pronunciation. And when I speak Italian, you know what Italian is. We have these clear vowels, I, E, O, U, and it's enough. Then in the middle of the phrase, you close the vowel and you interrupt the flowing of the breathing, and changes the position, changes everything. So I'm one who likes to. I'm not a voice coach in this way, how some opera singers say, but I build step by step the phrases, the way of singing, and people are very happy of my way of working. So I think that I can help you, and I help also young singers to have a professional approach. And I am not one who is fixed only in the technique, but also the technique is part of everything, because if you don't have a good how can I say in English, una concezione del suono, sound conception, you know what I mean,
the idea of the sound,
the idea of the sound, the idea of how to take the phrase. It's like I heard you before speaking about the bowings. Somehow it's the same, because
yes.
there is a bow. I don't know, you are a pianist, and both pianists, or
yes, both Stefania and
so
Rustem.
You are pianist.
Yes, me and Rustem were pianists. Laurent, he's the head of woodwind, and he's a clarinet.
So okay, well, bravo. No, it's the same thing, but also when you conduct, because when you conduct, if you have the phrasing, immediately people react. It's the same. This is why here at home I put my Yamaha in this way, because when I sit there, I can see usually 3 meters from me the singer, because sometimes I play with one hand and with the other I. Okay, so it's not a big house, but believe me, in this house I had some big, quite famous singers or very famous singers. So I'm continuing in somehow what was my father doing in Florence. I can say he helped some of the greatest singers of the old days, and it's strange enough. And my father, 63 years ago, met the father of Ganzarolli, who was. So they were friends.
Gian Ganzarolli, who is our
yes, I have the
opera.
autograph from Gian Galeazzo to Franco Pagliazzi, and they met a lot. So, and then this is life. So then, 60 years later, what it means, and as conductor, I can say also when I coach the singers, because there are pianists who play. When I play the piano, I try to imitate the sound of the orchestra. You know what I mean? Because playing only the notes how are on the piano, it's quite limiting. There is a way of phrasing, and if the singer hears from the piano a sound that seems like the orchestra, immediately you find the right color. So I don't want to speak too much. So this is what I am. I can help you, and also with Italian pronunciation I can do. Although I also coach French operas, I conducted also a lot of Carmen.
We are very international. Rustem is Russian, but he lives in France.
I'm half Bulgarian.
Oh, there you go.
I'm half Bulgarian, so I speak very good Bulgarian. I understand a little Russian.
Oh, fantastic!
And because I was a lot of years ago, I was chorus master in Bolshoi Theater.
Okay.
For a period, I did Turandot, and then I also conducted Turandot, but I was not the first conductor. I was the assistant.
I would like to take the opportunity juste un moment pour parler français pour les élèves qui nous écoutent de la France, pour montrer que si jamais on a un problème avec la langue, quand même, on peut les aider. Rustem, c'était un plaisir de t'avoir ce matin, c'était magnifique. Et les mêmes avec toi, Alessandro, finalement, on se rencontre en fait Parce qu'avec cette incroyable technologie, c'était pas évident de pouvoir se parler comme ça, tous ensemble, comme si on était dans la même salle. C'est magnifique. Alors, merci beaucoup, grazie mille, Alessandro et Laurent. Oui. Ah, Laurent is French too, pardon. J'ai oublié. Laurent, je ne sais pas pourquoi. On ne sait pas français, nous deux, non?
Should we go on in French?
No, I think we have to go back to English because we are at the moment we're gonna be an international conservatoire, but it's called London Performing, and we start from London.
I think we have at least 15 different languages only in this panel.
Yes, we do. All right. So, Laurent, would you like to tell a little bit about yourself, and then maybe we can show the little thing that we prepared together to show the way that we can play together. It depends if we all have a super connection today and we can play at the same time, but still we can get an idea of the fact that we can interact. Yeah. So talk about.
Hear me well now?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Tell us about yourself, about the department, how it's been developed.
There's a slight delay.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm Laurent. I'm the head of brass and woodwind at the new LPMAM. We've got a fantastic team, I have to say. I mean, I'm going to start talking about the two departments. We've got great professors from obviously from the Philharmonia where I've been playing for over 15 years in the woodwinds and brass. Got also teachers from the London Symphonic Orchestra and also from the English National Opera, so that's going to be a good connection with the
opera department.
Operatic department.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's great to have a selection of good teachers from different orchestras and different backgrounds, and having also different positions in their own orchestras. So that's great. That's going to be a lot of different texts from different different orchestra, different positions. So that's going to be, I think, good for the students. And as for myself, I've been teaching now for over 25 years, unfortunately. We're not getting any younger. So I started very young. I started at the age of 18 with my former teacher in France, where he asked me to teach his young students. So, and since then I never stopped. I then went to Paris to study, and I kept teaching there in my own class in Paris stayed there around over 10 years, and then I went to, when I got the job in London, obviously I moved to UK, and straight away I started where my predecessor at the Philharmonia was teaching at the Guildhall School of Music in London, and then I stayed there for about 10 years. And then I joined the Royal Academy 4 or 5 years ago, and so that's been, I never stopped. And I also taught abroad for summer festivals in Europe, and master classes as well in Europe.
Wonderful.
Asia.
1 second. Omar, can I ask you, please?
Yeah.
To mute your microphone.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
there is
Sit down for the way are well.
It's at the bottom
Oh.
of the window, and you will see the icon of the microphone. Perfect. Excellent. Well done. Thank you so much, Omar. Omar is going to be, he is a fantastic classical violinist turned jazz superstar, and he's going to be developing an incredible new department for the Latin jazz music. But we're going to talk about that later. So, Laurent, pardon, continue.
Yes, no. I've been teaching all these years, and a bit everywhere. So I've got quite
now a lot of understanding about what people need. I mean, I've been in the Philharmonia now for over 15 years. So as a player, I've played with, luckily with the best conductors in the world. Let's say it frankly, and I've played alongside fantastic players. My colleagues around me, the woodwind section, are fantastic. So I've learned a lot from them over the years. So I can, and because I play I've played a bit everywhere in the section. Mainly, obviously, my main job at the Philharmonia is principal bass clarinet. So I will also teach the bass clarinet at LPMAM and students. I think we can say that in London we're the only faculty to be able to, what we call the end of lines, to teach the end of lines instruments like bass clarinet, contrabassoon, piccolo, and cor anglais, to give them a great opportunity to learn these instruments, because they're very important. Obviously, we all want to become principal clarinets or principal bassoon, but unfortunately there's only one job per section for orchestra, two if we're lucky. So I think that's why all the teachers as well in those two departments have got a broad experience in different positions in the orchestra: principal, second, co-principal, end of lines. So that's important to give the students the broader education possible, just for them to, when they're going to leave us, just to give them
to be ready, to be ready for the world.
Yeah, as many tools as possible to. I know. I've met so many students when I did ask them, so what do you want to do? When they're on their first year undergrad, and say, what's your dream? I say, I want to become a principal clarinet. I say, that's good. That's good. That's great to have a ambition, but we have to be realistic. So we have to train them to be good everywhere. Obviously, when you're going to start as a freelancer, as a young professional, it's very rare you go straight from the college to being principal of the Philharmonia or the LSO or on your big orchestra. So
although we have the incredible Claire Wicks that is going to be teaching flute, and she had that type of amazing career.
Exactly.
Tom as well, right? Tom Bloomfield.
Yeah, Tom. Yeah, Tom. Yeah, but that's
you get those rare examples, but they're rare.
Tom, our oboe teacher, oboe professor, he's very. I don't even know how old he is. He's probably only 25. 25.
No, I think
when he joined the orchestra, no, he's not 30 yet, Tom. So he's probably, he joined the orchestra. He was 22 or something like that. Straight. He was still at the college or the academy. But that's really rare. Let's face it. So it's great to have these people like Tom who went straight from college to principal above the Philharmonia. But we have to prepare them to, and that's why LPMAM is great also, because they're going to have the opportunity to learn not only their own instruments, but also the extra instruments like bass, clarinet, piccolo, but also other possibilities to, like journalism or, critiques, or a lot of things you is going to be taught at the LPMAM. So
thank you so much.
We have to give them the broader
picture. Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there will be also courses. We have a unique take on approach on diversity and inclusion that is not only by the fact that we have the most fantastic faculty ever, not because we want to tick boxes, but because we are born like this. It never passed through our mind to think we have to have different colors, different background, or different sex, for example. It's only about being the most amazing professors and performers out there today in the concert hall, and we are very lucky that we are actually the most wonderful and diverse and inclusive faculty that hopefully will inspire a more inclusive generation of new musicians. So the future will be really bright and diverse. At the same time, we will be having a special scheme where we will be bringing our students to teach in a school where there is no access to music education, and that will allow us not only to offer fantastic young musicians full of passion for their instrument and very good musicians to teach this new generation of children that they don't have the opportunity, they wouldn't have otherwise the opportunity to learn from the greatest and to then have a future to enter the music conservatories, because as we all know there is a close number and it's super difficult to pass the audition to enter this incredible institution like Royal Academy, Royal College, Guildhall, you name it, the Moscow Conservatoire, Juilliard School. So, but at the same time, our students will gain an experience in teaching, and teaching is something very important that goes with the performing career. The two has to go together, because when you become the most amazing superstar that wins the Grammys, the Brits Awards, that wins, the Apazon d'Or and any other classical or jazz or recording degree, awards and recognition, you also need to teach the new generation to bring your what you learned to the future, so that will continue. So it becomes new schools on that. Nick, I know you have a very short time to be connected. Laurent, would you like to get ready while I speak for a moment with Nick, and then we play for a minute together? Would you like to try that? Laurent?
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna have to go quickly because surprisingly,
I can wait.
You can wait. Okay, then.
I know that's
okay,
rare.
then let's do it. Nick,
I can wait. I can stay online. Yeah.
fantastic. Nick, can you mute your microphone? So we. Okay, fantastic. Okay, Laurent, then if you're ready.
Do you want to try?
Yes, let's try.
Stefania,
yeah.
Let's try. I hope my
We
connection
just
is
do a
good.
minute. Let me close, because today we had a fantastic sunny day, but I keep having the sun beside me. Let me see like that. All right.
It's very rare in London.
I know it's beautiful. I'm enjoying every moment, but can you see me well?
Yeah, tiny screen because too many people are listening.
Too many people are connected today.
Tell me about the microphone as well, if it's
The microphone is good. I don't know if I have connected my microphone. I don't
Yeah, the piano is very loud.
It's too loud. Yes, I didn't connect this microphone.
I can hear you well. I mean.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay, let me try one thing here.
Yeah, also Lohan is very clear.
Perfect. Okay, let me do that so I can put you further from the piano. A little bit farther.
Hi Nick, it's nice to see you, by the way. It's been way too long.
You too. It has. Yeah.
All right. Okay, we good?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. All right. I give you just
give me an A, just to make Let's try.
Woo! Let's see.
Exciting moment.
But yes. Thank you so much.
Something like that.
It was absolutely fantastic,
Just
and the sound
have
is very
one
clear
piece
from
of earphone and then
both
see
streams. It's
on a tiny
great.
screen.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Well, this was just to show, that you can play at the same
It's
time.
possible.
Hi.
Hi, Chiara. Hi.
Hi,
and Silvio.
Hello.
One second,
Nice to meet you.
I finish with Laurent. Laurent, c'était super. It was fantastic. Thank you so much. And so, as you can see, for who's following us, there will be anyway the recording of this live streaming. But there is the opportunity to play at the same time, depending on the internet connection, of course. The delay is variable, and also this very moment we're actually live streaming as well on Facebook and YouTube. So as you understand, there is an extra weight on our connection, but we were able to play together. So thank you so much, Laurent, for your time. It was fantastic. And we're gonna have other professors from the woodwind and brass department, but
Yes.
Laurent has been phenomenal in helping organizing it, and can't wait to actually being able to play with even more people in our campus. Thank you so much, Laurent. Have a great day then.
Thanks, Stefania. Thanks for your hard work. Sorry I have to leave you, but I've got a rehearsal now.
No
Thanks for having
worries.
me.
Bye.
Speak to you soon. Bye, Nick.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Bye.
So I'll pass the word to Nick quickly, because I know Nick as well is in a short time, and I can see you are in the car.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm on my way up to Scotland.
Fantastic.
Where I'm doing some work with Scottish Chamber Orchestra. The last thing I did was before lockdown, over a year ago, was with Scottish Chamber Orchestra, and so now the first real official thing after lockdown is easing is again with them. So it's nice to be going up there to do a really great program with them.
Wonderful. Nick is not just a phenomenal viola player, you're also a conductor. So tell us a little bit how to combine these two type of career.
Well, my career as a performer, as a violist, is that's been 20 years now that I've been a professional player, or thereabouts. The conducting is also always really what I wanted to do from when I was much younger, but that's only really just starting. I did study it, and I had lots of private tuition and master classes and that years ago, but I never really tried to take the plunge. So the last 2-3 years I've started to get more involved in the opera world, assisting for productions mainly. I've got one coming up in Luxembourg in the autumn.
Wonderful.
Of Le Nozze de Figaro. I'm also just in the process of setting something up with two people very close to me, which would be an orchestra of some description. So I'm attempting to, really make a go of the conducting, whilst, I have no idea what's going to happen in the future. Of course, nobody really does. But I'm certainly very much maintaining my career as a performer as well.
That's wonderful. But that's exactly what we want to show the students, that it's not because you decide your career to start studying an instrument that is gonna be focalized in a way just in that. You have to be open,
of course.
And we will offer as many opportunities as possible to our students to experiment as well with music production, with music management, artist management, music business, and conducting, crossover, theater, music theater. And you start your main instrument. For example, I'm a concert pianist. My main job would be just to be performing concerts. In reality, I ended up being, the founder of the London
Mhm.
Piano Masters, of the London Performing Academy of Music, the Master Corrector, that is my label with whom I sit for the Brits Awards, and the Recording Academy for the Grammys Awards. So my career has gone in so many different directions. There will be courses in journalism. I've been a journalist as well. I have a radio program called Future Classic Women Awards on the women's radio station, and we will have an in-house radio in our campus and online, streaming online, so the world will know what our professor think, what they like, what they want to talk about, not just music. It could be also politics, it could be, relaxation and anything else. And you are a perfect example of someone that has a fantastic career as a viola player and also wants to be a conductor, and is also teaching for us at the LPMAM. And you couldn't be a better example that
Well,
careers
it's
are rounded nowadays. They cannot be just one thing.
No, I mean it's kind of possible to decide to, and if you're lucky enough, get a job in an orchestra, for example.
Yeah.
But it's not entirely fulfilling, really, because there are other things in life. I mean, I was just talking to someone yesterday who I hadn't seen in a while, who I bumped into at work, who was saying that his sideline, I mean, he's got a job in a London orchestra, but he also writes music, commercial music, for TV and pop songs, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And lots of people have these little sidelines, things they enjoy doing, and also something which can be a good form of income, if that's what you're looking for. But I think artistically speaking, it's something that people want to do, and it doesn't even have to be music. I mean, in lockdown, I started getting involved in making some furniture,
wow.
which is something I'd always wanted to do.
Oh, wow.
And seeing as there wasn't really much going on, I thought it was time to do that. And that's, again, something that's artistic, but it's something that's the opposite of music, because you have something to keep at the end of it. And music, part of the beauty of it, of course, is that it's fleeting and it's gone once it's been played, if you're considering a live concert, and it's part of the thing that's special about it is that it only then exists as a memory.
Yeah.
And perhaps that isn't actually enough for some people, that they also want something which you can touch or hold or something. And I think that's something that's creatively different about certain people. I don't necessarily think that composers have the same minds and the same ambitions as performers, and some people can combine the two. But a lot of performers are exceptional interpreters, and they thrive from being given a work of art by a composer that doesn't yet really exist until the sounds are made. Mm-hmm. And to be that medium, as it were, the person in the middle who's producing that, makes music and all aspects of it unique. Because, in visual art, you go to an art gallery and you yourself are responsible for just looking.
Yeah.
And you see, and it's there. The same with many other art forms, but of course music and, I guess, dance are unique in the sense that it doesn't fully exist until it's being performed.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure why I'm talking about this anymore.
Well, it makes total sense. We are part of such a big ecosystem as well. You are a performer, but you are at the same time giving the voice to the idea of the composer. Then you have the sound engineer who's actually putting us together and creating something that will last forever. And we have the incredible genius who developed this platform that allow us to play together. That he's not a musician, but somehow he managed to understand what we were asking for, what we needed to then produce something that then is allowing us to make even more music. So there is so many aspects, and the music industry is not divided actually, it's everywhere as well. So we need to embrace that in order to make it to to grow even more. I mean, there've been these polemics about the fact at the beginning of the lockdown last year, the music and musician wasn't a job, but it was very useful. And then, you know, we discovered Claire with so many other things. I mean, without music, there is no world. The music is made by the birds singing on the tree, you know, by the wind blowing between the leaves of the tree. So you cannot separate the two, and music is very much part of our mind as well, and body and soul, no matter what you believe in. So I think we have a strong responsibility, and I am so pleased that with the London Performing Academy of Music we can combine all these things and we can make it a home for whoever wants to explore all the direction that the music industry can go to. That starts with being a performer and then opening up, even by making a furniture. You know, you could be making something that is very useful for performing. Like if you even think about the sound box that now the cello player use, you know, that they sit on top of it and basically they're amplified. This is incredible. And starting with Bartolomeo Cristofori, if not Stradivari and Guarnieri and whoever invented the violin at the very beginning and developed it in this super wonderful live machine that they are today, all our instruments. So absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Nick, for being with us today. Also for showing that we can use the platform just with the mobile phone.
Yes, it's wonderful. It's brilliant.
By car.
Everything is the performance. The performance was fantastic. It was really. I mean, it's a miracle, and it's really gonna make a huge difference, I think. So,
yes.
Bravo! Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
wonderful.
you so much. All right, so we let you go.
Thank you.
Bye,
Bye, everyone.
Bye then. Yes, Omar would like to say something.
Well, Nick.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Listen,
Yeah.
Sorry. Listen, I'm supposed to be tomorrow in this meeting, but I thought, you know what? Let's come today. Let's meet some other, teachers. Although you've been doing classical, I've been doing jazz, but it's music anyway.
Yeah.
So let's come out. Let's say hi. New faces. Now you know me. One know you. You play viola. I love the viola. I play the violin.
When are you speaking tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I think it's about midday.
Okay, I may join again tomorrow.
Oh, brilliant, fantastic. So I think this is all about. See, we're going to make a team, so it's better we know each other, we talk. If, it's live, because you see, first of all, I think this LPMAM have amazing team. My goodness, it's amazing team. So I said, you know what, let's get today, just check the platforms, is it working, and work.
It
And so
works.
the clarinet and yourself playing, wonderful. So I think the best for me is like making a strong team, be there, support each other, and get the best for the students. Because this is the bottom line. Apply all the experience. Everybody has different background. My background from Cuba. I was born in Cuba. I didn't have any beautiful book, but I had to find a way to escalate to what I right now. It's like yourself, the viola, and everyone. You also want to say thank you. You also want to say hi to everyone.
Thank you so much, Omar.
Have a
Thank you so
great
much.
Sunday today. Yeah, and I just do love the viola. I do teach on viola beginners. But not your level, not your level, right? But just I want to say hi to everyone. Have a wonderful day, sunny day, and I will see you tomorrow. Yeah.
Tomorrow. Thank you, Omar.
See you tomorrow.
Okay. Bye, everyone.
Nice to meet you. Bye.
Wonderful. Before now, Silvio and Chiara, I'd like first to pass the word to Gian Galeazzo. So he's gonna introduce us to the. So he's not on the platform; he's on the Restream. And Gian, you could join us actually on the platform. Did I send you the new? Let me see. No, but it's okay. So I'm gonna stop sharing, and then I'm gonna come back to you in 2 minutes.
Okay,
See
thank you. And we see with pleasure.
Okay, so Gian Galeazzo.
Here we are. Can you hear me?
There you are. Yes.
Oh, that's lovely. Listen, you know me, Stefania. I'm not a man of
many wars. So I'm not belong. The point is not probably because in the last 25 years I act most as a producer. So I used to work in behind the scene and to help and to give them the opportunities, but above all, to try to have the best, to find the best solution for the young artists or whoever I work with. I'm really happy that there is Silvio and Chiara, because we worked together many years ago in a production that I produced in Mumbai of Cavalleria Pagliacci was. And let's say that the most important reason for which I accepted your offer is because of my love of the artists, of the young artists and singers in this case. I grew up listening opera, and I started working with my mother 30 years ago. She was opera director at Covent Garden, Helga Schmidt, as a let's say PA, call it the way that you want. And from there I learned how to listen, how to watch, and above all, how to support the young artists. And the big issue that I found in all these years is that there are too many professors that says to be professors, and sometimes they give the wrong direction, the wrong input. And let me tell you, above all for singers, singing is not only a frequency from that a sound come out from the sequence. It's all together, emotions, sensations, and psychological element. And it's just enough a wrong word from somebody to a singer who can really change the life of the singer. I saw a professor saying, without saying name, one professor saying to an artist that he was a mezzo, and in fact, she was a soprano singing Puritani, so with a mi bemol, or other stuff. So the reason why I accepted this is because I think it's possible to help, really, young artists if you give the right opportunity, above all, the right direction. And this is what I was working with Chiara and Silvio from one side. You already spoke with Diego Mingolla, with Alessandro Pagliacci, are all people who, they were on stage. They are on stage, and they know what does it mean to be an artist. They know that sometimes you have to be in the backside, and as a priest, a conductor, you are there in order to help the singers for the opera, not because you want to be the prima donna of the show. So in this case, a conductor knows that the orchestra should be taken in a certain way, because otherwise the poor singer cannot go over the orchestra. All of this can be just sensitive person and real artists can understand, and therefore that's the reason why I'm working to put together a team that can deliver this, to be help, direction, and psychological support for young artists. That's what I wanted to say.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Jeff. You know, we are very lucky to have you as the Dean of Opera, and I knew you from way before, and I knew you were a superstar impresario. Impresario. And when I had the opportunity to talk to you about LPMAM, I was so excited that you could have helped us building the most fabulous opera department ever. So thank you so much for all your help and your input. We will be producing wonderful operas as well, so it's gonna be a very special
Thank you to you, because it's important to have the opportunity and the possibility to do this, because I told you in the last, I heard so many voices. I saw fabulous voices disappear just because they were not the bad influence from behind, or psychological, not psychologically supported, or just lobbies. So all of this. So you should put you as a teacher, professor, you should be there for them. Of course, you need money, you need everything for your life, but at the same time, it's so important that you are there for helping the artists, because they are so powerful and so fragile. They can be up there or go down in no time. And we have to be there to keep them up there and to fly. That's what this is for.
Absolutely. Well, we're now gonna go back to the platform and talk to Silvio and Silvio Zanon and Chiara Angella, that are our column for the opera department, really. So I'm gonna share again my screen. And we go back to, there we are.
Hi Stefania, hi everybody.
Ciao.
Ciao.
How are you? So let's first of all say where you are. I mean, you're now in London. Where are you?
We are in Italy, of course, now. And we are in Tuscany, in my parents' house, because today afternoon we have to make a small short video into the my town theater, Pontremoli Theater, a very old, ancient theater, 7th century.
Okay, wonderful.
17.
Let me do one thing. Sorry for the no, perfect. That's just excellent. Okay, so let's talk about your experience. You both met while working with my idol. That it was the wonderful Luciano Pavarotti. I come from Modena. He was in a way an inspiration to me personally. There is a wonderful documentary that my dear professor Massimo Carpegna, who's actually gonna be working with us as well as visiting professor and a collaboration with the Modena conservators so it was a documentary from CBS on Luciano Pavarotti, and you can see me, I was like 7 or 8 singing in the choir when I started studying there. So let's talk about this and how you made your career. Silvia as well, you have such a background. I mean, we've been talking so much about our ideas on crossover and opening up to any other style like Pavarotti did. So
yes, Pavarotti was one of the best, of course, best experience, best time in studying, but also in speaking, in staying together.
Great singer,
time,
great person, and great friends.
Yeah, it was a very special stone in our track.
I like what you said, Silvia. It was a friend, often the maestro, you have this idea that you have to idolize the maestro, and you can't have this friendship relationship. Instead, I believe the very first thing is to be equal, to push the student, support him, and bring it forward.
Absolutely.
And Pavarotti had this humility, and
and these great feelings, great possibility to stay in empathic contact with the students. So with him we have made something that it was for us unbelievable, because I cannot do that at home by myself, and now with you, why it happens and why it works well, because he had the right way to be empathic with us, so to speak with ourselves inside our soul, not only with our voice. A voice is an instrument that it is inside of a person, so you cannot teach to someone with no pay attention to the one who you are teaching for. So Pavarotti teached us also the technical ideas, but also the way of teaching. And so we are very proud to be testimonial of that.
Yes, so you're gonna bring not only your personal experience and career, but also, where you're gonna be basically the vision of Gian Galeazzo that is gonna be made real through you and your fantastic career and experiences to make LPMAM the home of the bel canto opera. So we are gonna bring, and work with the students in order to develop something that's normally is done much later in their career. While I think you told me as well, you agreed with me that something that needs to be started from the very beginning to have the right impostazione. I'm not sure how to say.
But for it's voice, very important.
But for voice, of course, it's different for this, like the instrument.
Yeah.
You play to start.
You don't see your instrument.
Yeah.
And you start to play instrument very, very early because your instrument will change when you will be bigger. No problem. You will have a bigger violin. But with your voice, you have to wait the right time in which to work with your adult voice. So you have to take care. It was interesting the things you were speaking about with Mike with the viola before, because you have to take care of your voice because your voice can give you a lot of opportunities to sing on stage, to be a singer, to be a speaker, to be just a person who has the possibility to speak with his voice with the right knowledge about it. So
and for that it's very important to know the physical voice, know the organ when you use it when you singing.
Yes. You have to also your body. You have to know very well your body. You have to know how it is your voice. It's not right to find a voice that it is not yours, and to find to look for one ideas that it is not the real voice that you have. You have to work with your voice, so you have to know it very well and to work it in the better places possible. And we love voice, we love opera, and we love to teach because we know that everyone when start to study in singing, change something about his own ideas about it himself, because a voice speaks you about you.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Well, also. Silvio, I know you told me that how your career started. I mean, you didn't think about starting to become an opera singer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Batterista.
Batterista, yeah. I play a drum.
You played the drum.
I have started drum with Poppy Rossi. Is the drummer from the orchestra, the Gorny Kramer Orchestra. Very important.
And this is phenomenal because it's opening really the conversation on the crossover and on the real crossover. That doesn't mean being, making classical to be something else, but really appreciating, understanding other styles,
Open the mind, open the voice, open the opportunities. Why to make piece per piece? Music is a word.
Yeah. So if there is something that would be unique of LPMAM is that there would be no walls between the departments. There will be no division, doors closed where you're not allowed to listen to the classes of Amar Puente, for example, with the jazz.
In this school, a student can find a teacher who can help with the voice. Another one, because I had the idea, I would like to know about management something. There is the teacher for management and for direction. Why not? This is a great word. Music is a great word. And in this academy, really, a student can find a lot of ideas and a lot of suggestions for themselves to find themselves too. As I told the Mike before, he started with viola, and now she is a conductor.
Yes.
Why not?
Yes, absolutely.
It's important know to drive. Know which car you use it.
Absolutely. Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for your time today. It's been wonderful to talk with you. Ambra, do we have any question?
No, but we are receiving lots of fantastic comments, both from YouTube and from Facebook. The
Wonderful.
people are thrilled about all the courses and the professors. Many, many congratulations to everybody. And if you agree, maybe we could launch a short presentation about LPMAM.
Okay, then we launch a short presentation to LPMAM. Then I say goodbye to you, Chiara and Silvio. It's been wonderful talking with you. Thank you so much for connecting.
It was a great pleasure for us, and we invite all the students to try to study singing. Opera is a great word, and it opens your mind.
And remember, singing is joy.
Absolutely, I love singing and I love opera. Thank you so much. Bye. So I stop sharing. Ambra, how do you do that? So I have to put that on, I think. Let me see.
Hello.
Yes.
My name is Stefania Passamonte, founder and president of the London Performing Academy of Music, LPMAM. I'm a concert pianist, radio broadcaster, music lawyer, and entrepreneur, founder of the classical record label Mastercore Records and the award-winning London Piano Masters. Teaching students from the best university around the world, I noticed that there is a large gap between the classical conservatoire degree programs and the reality of life as a performer in today's classical music industry. This is why we have designed music diplomas that, while pursuing excellence in music, include support modules in music business and music law, music journalism and broadcasting, music production, and new technology, designed to better for all the challenges they are likely to face in the music business of the 21st century. In response to great demand from international students to start our innovative courses during the current worldwide lockdown, we at LPMAM are now open to application for all our music diplomas and online certified courses. For more information, please visit us here or email info@lpmam.com. LPMAM is the first classical music conservatoire to offer full instrumental classical music diplomas online. Our technologically advanced LPMAM platform for online courses will not only allow us to connect and educate during the lockdown, but it will be extremely beneficial for reaching out to a wider group of students that will not otherwise have access to higher music education or be able to move to London to study at our campus, even when this pandemic is over. We've gathered together the most exciting and diverse faculty, with teaching staff of more than 140 world-renowned artists from classical, jazz, opera, and crossover, many of whom are winners of Grammys, Brits, Emmys, Oscar, Olivier Awards, as well as MBE, OBE, and CBE, the British Orders of Merit, awarded for exceptional contributions in their field. The London Performing Academy of Music will be the home to classical music in the 21st century, not just for dead European composers. Here you can study classical music from Africa and India, African jazz and Caribbean heritage music, among others, as well as comprehensive lectures embracing a wide variety of music-related topics where we seek to provoke debate and challenge established opinion. These will include classical black music history, the historical and social impact of music, and reflecting on race and the Black Lives Matter movement, making this a unique example of diversity and inclusion. Our mission then, to prepare a new diverse generation of musicians that will shape the future of the classical music industry and push it into the 21st century. I would like now to introduce you to the Dean of Classical and Crossover.
Very good. And now we actually have live Jeff Wesley, that is our Dean of Classical and Crossover. Thank you so much for joining us. as you could see, we made a wonderful recorded opening video that anyone can view on our LPMAM YouTube channel. But it's never as when you're actually live talking and answering questions from people. So, hello Jeff.
Hello Stefania, mi sentite bene?
Sì, molto bene.
Okay. We have a connection that is up and down, but
could be.
Now
Could be
you've
because
frozen.
we've been streaming as well
Have I
for
frozen
more
too?
than 2. No, you are okay. We can get you. We've been streaming for more than 2 hours now, so.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're on. You're on. So you can.
Okay.
You can talk.
Sorry, you've all frozen, but if I'm not frozen, I'll just talk.
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, yes, my name is Jeff Westley, and I'm Dean of Classical and Crossover. And as far as the classical is concerned, my role is really one of just organization and helping wherever I can to assist the smooth running of everything for the various classical professors who I look forward to meeting, and a couple of whom I've now met online through this web chat. It's nice finally to meet some faces and hear them talking, and I always said that I really look forward to collaborating with them, because that's, for me, one of the most exciting things about this is collaborating with this fantastic team of people that you've amassed, as well as the students, who also look forward to meeting them. But as has been said by several people so far, this is a wonderful team, and I think that between the professors and the students, once we get this thing going, will be a very exciting thing to be involved in. As far as the crossover is concerned, I mean, a little bit about my history, that I was classically trained. I was Royal College of Music. I was a flute player. I started playing flute at the age of 11, and I started.
Who's playing music? Me? I'm not playing music. Ambra? Sorry. Okay, we lost.
I think we lost the connection with Jeff.
Okay. So shall we give the word to Zenaida then? She's online as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's
Hello,
introduce
Zenaida.
Zenaida Obris. Good morning.
How are you?
Hello. Hello from Berlin.
Hello, Zenaida. Very nice meeting you here on our streaming channel. Zenaida, you have a very special course that I would like you to explain to our audience, and is one of the reasons why LPMAM was born, and was to give the tools to our students to enter the world of the music industry soon after our conservatoire diplomas, to be ready and to know what to do, not to feel lost, as it unfortunately often happens.
Well, I think I'm the missing link between, shall we say, the academic part where the students in the LPMAM Academy, they study voice, they study their instrument, they concentrate on technique and on repertoire. And basically, then there's the outside world where, in fact, you have to take your talent on the road and try to make some money, get some income stream going. And I always say, particularly, I come basically from the classical music, from opera mostly, but I always say this is a Mozart kugel. I don't know. Can you see it?
Oh wow!
It's
yes.
It's that wonderful sweet, chocolate and
I love
marzipan.
it. Yes, I have a mug for the
But
coffee.
the reason I use it as an example is that basically this is the size of your vocal cord box, and this is your gold. And I always tell my students, It's a matter of transforming this into this. This is a block of gold, basically making money. So I'm completely, I mean, I'm basically concentrating on the facts of making yourself, your personality out there, heard, and finding the proper agent, for example, which is extremely difficult these days. I mean, particularly in these post-pandemic times, because many of them have either closed down or the whole thing has, closed, changed completely. So again, it's also a matter of finding your footing. If you do need to use what you've learned to actually make a living from it. And how do you do that? How do you present yourself professionally? How do you deal with press? How do you generate press interest? How do you negotiate a contract? Because it's not always only about money. On the contrary, there are many other different aspects that go into it. Now, I come from a background of production and also as a Gian Gagliazzo, I have actually worked with his mother, Helga Schmidt, in Valencia, building up the new opera house down there. And we spent many, many, many hours working until, 2 a.m., 3 a.m. on artistic administration matters. Or I have personally managed, was the personal manager of Laurine Mazel and also of the opera stage director Jean-Pierre Ponel. Again, from the inside out. So I know I know the way that also that opera stage directors and casting people, how they choose and how the entire process comes about. So it's also about showing and teaching students about that, how to present themselves in a specific situation without changing their personality. In other words, I always say, you have to accent the uniqueness of your talent and how to bring that about and how to bring all of that into play. So these are many, many different aspects. And that's one of the beauties also of having an online platform. I've realized that within this past pandemic year, that my contact to my current students and clients is much closer, can be much more concentrated, and they can concentrate better on me and I can concentrate better on their unique biography. So this is an ideal situation of being able to have this one-on-one contact. Of course, it would be ever so much more lovely to have it all in person. But as a matter of fact, since I speak, at least 3 languages fluently, I can also talk with students in German, in Spanish, in French, and in English, of course, and generally make them feel more comfortable so that they can then use what they've learned and translate it into tools that they can use in their daily life.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much, Zenaida. Yes, your course is going to be so important for our students. And not only, there will be others that they are passionate about opera, for example, and they would like to learn and to be near to the world of opera without being opera singers. So
the principles are basically the same. So if you're a pianist or an opera singer or a jazz player, any sort of performing musician needs these principles. The principles are basically the same. The networks are then different, but the principles of managing your career until you find an agent who takes it over from you. And even then, once you have an agent who does all of the work for you, you need to tell this person how you want to develop and how, what are the things that you look for in a relationship with an agent. Because it's not just somebody who executes a contract for you, but it's a very intimate relationship. And we have all sorts of examples of good and bad relations historically. So that is also one area that one can look into. But again, it's basically for all performing musicians, whether in the classical, crossover, or pop area.
Absolutely. You couldn't say any better, really. So thank you so much to bring your wonderful experience, your long experience. There is, the future cannot be made without the experience from, our careers and from successful careers like yours. So, you have to have a faculty that is really reflecting everything that is needed. So the new idea, the forward thinking, the past that is letting us to create today and tomorrow, and together push the classical music to the 21st
Yes, and
century.
especially also nowadays with all of the social media and, the importance, on one hand, the importance of social media, on the other hand, it detracts, and what to put on social media, which channels to use, how much importance to give to each of them. And this is changing on a daily basis. I mean, 6 months ago, we didn't have Clubhouse. Now we have Clubhouse. Now we have TikTok. Periscope has fallen off the radar. How is Switch? And all of these things are, they're popping up like weeds, you might say.
Yeah.
And they are all very much, you need to be aware of them on one hand. On the other hand, you also need to know which to ignore and what to post and so forth. So these are all aspects that need, it's an ongoing and it's an ongoing developing matter that you really need to keep on top of.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Zenaida. It's been a pleasure having you with us this morning. Well, it's already afternoon, really. Ambra, would you like to talk a little bit about your... Goodbye, Zenaida. Ambra, would you like to talk about your course in opera management?
Yeah, well, just still 1 minute very quickly, because what has been my passion and background is management, originally for performing arts, but straight away I said, why do we need to focus on something? I mean, why can't we focus on something that is so specific like opera, rather than just calling performing arts that includes also drama and cinema and musicals? So all these aspects are somehow brothers and sisters, because whenever we study management for performing arts, we know somehow how cinema works. We know somehow how to create a painting exhibition, how to work for a museum, what types of laws we need when we want to organize a concert. But we feel that this is somehow limited, so we don't get any specialization in any of these fields. Then you choose, okay, I like more cinema, I like more drama, I like opera, I like musical theater, and you decide to go in one direction rather than the other. But when you want to start working in the opera industry, so either in working in an opera house or for an opera festival or for an agency that is specialized for opera singers, for instance, you immediately get asked with many specific questions about, yes, but do you know about the repertoire? Do you know about operas? Do you know about types of voices with singers? So all the things that we were discussing beforehand with Giangaleazzo Ganzarolli. So a full world comes and opens in front of you, and if you're not prepared, you have no way to enter it. And so that's why I decided to launch a course that is, I'm very happy to say, the first ever course that is specialized in opera management for all the students that either are studying as opera singers or are involved in the opera management world and would like to perfection their specialty towards opera management. So this will be my course. It will start with the description about how the opera industry of opera works, and then we will analyze step by step all the different departments of opera, who are the decision makers, how do you plan a season, what types of season planning exist around the world, and finally, what is co-production, and what types of co-production, and which is the trends that is being developed around co-productions nowadays all around the world. This is very quickly in just 1 minute, and thank you so much, Stefania. I think this is a great opportunity on the platform to present a whole new world of what is really music. So it's not just somebody that is playing an instrument, but there are so many aspects involved in the opera industry. So this is the voice, and it's not just the voice of the future, this is the voice of now, of what are the musicians nowadays. So thank you again, Stefania, and I will be with you helping out with the professors and with the next meetings as well. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Ambra. We go back to Jeff. Jeff, hi. We are back to you. Let's see. There we go. Let's see if, before we had the problem with the connection. So I wanted you to tell the world, your incredible career, how you started as a classical musician and ended up having the most phenomenal career in something else, in pop, if I may say.
I did start to do that, but I don't know how far I got before I got through.
It cut off almost at the beginning, so.
Oh, good. I was talking to myself. No, I started playing the piano when I was about 5 because my mum used to play when I was going to sleep, and I just liked the sound of it, and I wanted to do it. So she taught me, but I didn't have formal music lessons until I started playing the flute at about 11, and then I went to the Royal College of Music as a junior, and I was determined to be a classical flute player.
Yes, sorry, I have the professors on the other platform that they're talking. I need to tell them to be quiet.
Oh,
we can hear them. No, you can talk. Sorry, I was on the other. They're waiting. You go. Sorry.
But, so I was determined to be a classical flute player. That's where I was going. But of course, while I was at college, I was playing piano in nightclubs and stuff just to make some money. And I just got drawn more in that direction. And it was fun playing in nightclubs at, 19, 20 years old. Of course it is. But it meant that I started doing arrangements for various singers and getting involved in recordings and then musicals. And I conducted Jesus Christ Superstar for a while. And from that, then I was asked to become musical director for the Bee Gees. And I spent 7 years doing all of their tours. And the job was, at the beginning, was conducting orchestras, preparing the orchestra, because they were touring with orchestras. And then when they got into their disco thing, I was playing keyboards. And that just sort of led me into the pop world. But I feel that I brought a classical discipline to working in the pop sphere. And there are some extremely fine and very disciplined musicians working in the pop world, but there are also some very indisciplined ones. And I've felt for a very long time that these two worlds, who are normally very separate, the pop world don't really take much notice of the classical world, and the classical world often tends to look down on pop musicians. And I think that's a great mistake on both sides, because I think there's a lot that each can learn from the other. The pop musicians can learn the discipline of the classical world, but the classical musicians who do have the discipline frequently are too concentrated on playing the right notes beautifully, correctly, without any mistakes. They tend to lose the music. Whereas in rock and roll, it's the music. And if there's a few errors, nobody really minds, because bringing it all down to fundamentals, the whole purpose of making music is to transmit an emotion. And if all you do is transmit mathematical correctness, all the notes beautifully played, perfectly executed with no errors, and there's no emotion behind it, I think that some rock and roll attitude could really go a long way in the classical world. I mean, one example I often use is Nigel Kennedy, who I love. And when he plays the Elgar Concerto, he plays it like rock and roll, but he plays it beautifully. But it just transmits this energy and this emotion that you don't get from every classical player. I don't want to be too much of a generalist because it's obviously absurd. There are some very fine classical soloists, but there can be a tendency in classical students to be so concentrated on getting the notes right that they sort of lose the music. So that's one thing I would like to bring to this. And as far as the crossover is concerned, that is part of it, to bring these two disciplines together.
Perfect.
Voila.
That couldn't be said any
I'm
better.
also really looking forward, as I said at the beginning, but it's probably cut off, and particularly as head of classical, I really look forward to meeting the people, the professors who are in the classical department, because for them, my role will really be just one of facilitating things, making things as easy for them as possible, making the transitions as smooth as possible. But there are some fantastic people on the team, and finally this morning I've met some of them or seen some of them talking on this podcast, and I really look forward to working with them. It's going to be a wonderful team.
Thank you so much, Jeff. We couldn't be more lucky to have you as the dean. You know, when I met you more than a year ago, I think, yeah, now it's more than 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it when you told me your history and your background, and I thought, oh my gosh, you're just perfect, because you can show that can be done. You know, you have people today that they're trying to do what you actually did many years ago, and you prove it successful. So that's the difference, and that's what we want. We want to prove that you know, being open-minded in music and you know, crossing over is enriching everyone, because there is nothing, you know, we can't be, richness is given by diversity in germs of music, in style, in culture, in background, in everything. And that's what's going to make it, you know, unique and giving us the opportunity to find our own voice. So,
if I can echo something that Laurent said, that not every clarinet student will end up being principal of the LSO or the Philharmonia or whatever. And there are limited places available. And in fact, none of the places are available because there's somebody sitting on all of those chairs. And so not everybody can be the leader of the London Symphony Orchestra, but then not everybody wants to. But even if they do, while they're on that journey, certainly nowadays, the one thing that these classical musicians are likely to do to make a living is to be involved in recording, doing film sessions, doing television work. And that is a skill amongst itself. And you can get the best out of working in a recording studio situation if you understand how a recording studio works. And of course, all pop and rock musicians understand that really well, but many classical musicians don't. And I think it's a fundamental skill to know how a studio works, to be able to get the best out of it and to give the engineer what he needs and to make sure that your performance is given its best shot. So that is also part of what we're trying to show.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jeff. We are going to go back to the platform then. Let me just do one thing. Let's see if I can. I'll have to. Let's see if that works. Start. There we are. Perfect. And the live streaming share the screen. Technology. Share audio. Yeah, there we go. Hello, how are you? Here we have our new wonderful professor. So 1 second that I'm gonna do that. That doesn't matter. Here we go. And so we have Hiro Takenuchi, who is one of our historical professors from the piano faculty from the London Piano Masters, now being the pillar of the piano faculty of the London Performing Academy of Music. Eric Villaminet, I'm not really sure how to say your name, Eric. Apart Eric, but how do I say? Microphone.
Yeah, say that again. I didn't hear.
How do I say your name? Eric Villemine. No.
Yeah, that's right.
That's fine. Who is a cello professor for the London Performing Academy of Music. And we had, I think it was...
Sorry to interrupt you because Manu was with us, and he's texting me at the same time. He's got the same problem than me this morning. He can't hear anything. So maybe I can quickly text him to tell him to go to the settings of the...
Perfect. Okay, you can help him with that. Yes. In the meantime, I start with...
okay,
please mute your microphone then. All right. Hiro, would you like to tell us about your... David is here as well.
Hello, everyone.
Hiro, to you.
Hello. One second, sorry. Okay, so, Stefania and I actually go back quite a long time. I mean, I probably shouldn't say exactly how long before.
That's true. When we were students.
Yes, we were. Yes, in the last century, maybe.
No, it was still this century. 2002, yes, I arrived in 2002 in London, and that's when we met at the famous Very Good House.
Yes, and then we actually have been on and off, and then when Stefania started this academy, Stefania was very kind to ask me to actually join to teach in the faculty, and it has been such an amazing experience because Stefania brings students from all over the world, really, and it can sometimes be a very challenging thing for all of us teachers because we actually have different, obviously very different ideas in different parts of the world. Mm-hmm. And in terms of how to learn things, how to play, and actually how to communicate with the teachers. Mm-hmm. Well, coming from my Japanese background, I grew up in Japan until I was 18 years old. So, for example, when I came to study in the UK for the first time, I just had this. For me, it was a very natural thing, but to be treating the teachers as if they were this almost god-like figures, and you are not supposed to say anything against the teachers. Teachers saying is everything. And it took quite a few years before I actually realized that wasn't particularly helpful when it comes to playing the piano music. And in a way, I think I have an advantage in actually knowing what I actually went through in the first place, and then I actually had to change the way I look at actually learning as well as teaching the piano. And it was, and I certainly had difficulties of almost a psychological difficulties of actually dealing with my own lessons, both teaching and actually receiving. And I think this is one of the things I can bring to this academy. And I am actually really looking forward to working with the students from all over the world. And talking about difficulties, one of my, the pet things as a piano teacher is to actually working together to make playing really easier, physically easier. And there are so many aspects. In fact, I have been actually listening to other professors talking this morning and this afternoon, and singers, cello teachers, on the woodwind people, and all these, they were all, quite a lot of them were actually talking about how important this physical approach is, and I certainly am one of them. I very much look at and how we actually use our bodies to make make it easier to play the piano. And that's something I really am passionate about.
Well, something that we've always done with the London Piano Masters, with the master classes, was to offer a week where the students were working on the same repertoire with 4 or 5 different professors. So, as you said, they were getting different point of view on the same piece, different technique, different schools, different, approaches. And this is something that we're going to apply to the LPMAM as well. So our university students will have main professors that they will be following them during their diplomas, but they will have the opportunity to also have classes with the other professors and to discover, because each of us has a specific strength as well in the repertoire, isn't it? So, for example, I know David has a big passion for Chopin and the Romantic repertoire. And Hiro, you are phenomenal with Beethoven. Ian as well is very special on the German repertoire. Hiro, I don't know, of course, as a concert pianist, we have to, and musicians in general, you need to know how to play everything. Yes. But when you develop your career and your identity as a performer, you specialize in a specific repertoire, in a specific way of playing as well. So that's what we want to bring.
Exactly. I mean, this actually finding what suits you, and in a way to actually make yourself into something that is what, in fact, Zenaida was talking about earlier, that you actually have to develop your portfolio that is only you. And luckily, we have a lot of pieces to deal with as pianists. And then we can, even by choice of the pieces, we can in a way actually form a portfolio. And we are lucky. Well, if you play, let's say, well, that's a clarinet. I don't think you can afford to miss, for example, the Brahms clarinet sonatas, but we certainly can miss. I mean, I love Brahms piano sonatas, but if it's not the end of the world if you don't have the Brahms piano sonatas in your repertoire. So in a way, we are lucky, but this is another thing. I mean, I do play a mixture of core repertoire and actually really rather unusual stuff at the same time, and I have always made a point of actually mixing the mainstream and non-mainstream repertoire. But that was just my approach. And then, as Stefania was saying, it's something we have to think about, that choice of repertoire. I would love to talk about this with everyone.
Wonderful. Well, because we have David as well here. David, would you like to add something to this?
Yes, hello. First of all, thank you very much for having me today. And I want to join Hiro in saying how much I enjoy being part of this experience and how lucky I think I feel I am to be part of this fantastic piano faculty. I think the most important thing that, amongst the other things that Hiro said, and I would like to add to it something, is having had our own experience as students, and obviously for everyone, and I think I might speak for almost every single music student in the world, this experience has never been always smooth and happy and easy. You know, we always faced our challenges, we always faced our problematics and everything. And what I love about teaching is that having let's say faced these phases and these difficulties and have eventually overcome them, or in the process of like fully overcome them all, I love to actually to use this source of information in order to basically empower and give this feeling of that, as Hiro was saying, that the piano playing and learning about piano, it's a very easy thing to do if one looks at it from specific angles, obviously. So anyway, but it's, having one or another teacher, it's a very personal experience, it's a very unique experience, and obviously people also have understood and have learned things in a very own way. Therefore also the students will obviously experience maybe eventually the same exact concepts, but from all different angles and from all the different perspectives which we all come from. We all have our own heritage, we all have our own life, our own past, and this has shaped us in a specific way. And this is it obviously and certainly provides the element of healthy diversity that we are looking for, because it's healthy to actually have lots of different aspects. So
and not
anyway,
between
absolutely,
one thing and the other one. That's
absolutely,
never
and
gonna happen here, so.
absolutely. Plus, what I would like to, I can tell a little bit about my teaching experience, and I've met Stefania, for example, 2 years ago. We knew each other from before through informal, let's say, ways, but Stefania was very kind to invite me to teach at the master classes
of the London Piano Masters.
Of the London Piano Masters, exactly 2 years ago, and also last summer when it was held online, which was a fantastic experience with this fantastic sound platform that has completely revolutionized my life, at least. For sure, it's amazing. You don't really miss. Obviously, there is nothing like teaching live. Let's assure that. But I think this is probably the closest experience of live teaching and live lessons that I've ever had. Not even a few days ago, when Stefania and I were testing, we attempted to play a duet from our respective homes. I have to say, it was a very successful experiment. We managed to be synchronized most of the time, and if there wasn't maybe sometimes the exact synchronization, it was for like a fraction of a second. So it's an incredibly incredibly powerful tool, the ones that we're going to use, which is again huge incentive.
Okay. Well, we're gonna show actually this thing. Let me just, Emmanuel, I'll ask you to mute your microphone for a moment, because we can hear, because the platform is in stereo, so we can hear everything. And then I'll come back to you. I just play with David. We try because
yeah, exactly, guys.
I've been online. I didn't practice. Normally, I do part of that.
Good for you. Yeah, guys.
But we're just got one page, no more, because the moment we turn, I don't know it anymore. So let's give it a go. You start.
All right. Okay. And.
It's okay.
Perfect.
We lost it. It's enough.
Exactly. Well, fair enough.
I need to tune the pain.
I would imagine that having also many people.
When you are more than one person, of course, the platform also we're streaming live. So on both
Oh,
YouTube
great.
and Facebook. So as you understand, the weight
Yes.
of the internet
It's
connection
big, yes,
is huge. But
exactly.
still, we manage to
Exactly.
play together, to hear each other, and to produce music together. Before
Yes,
we did
exactly.
with the Laurent, and actually we were at the same time, so that was
Fantastic.
exceptional. Yes,
Exactly.
and mostly we were together, I think.
Yeah, no, but as you said, it's the weight of all the connections and like where are you streaming for a one-to-one lesson, the experience will be exactly the same as we have experienced and as you has experienced earlier. So
Yes, absolutely.
fantastic.
Well, thank you so much, David, for being with us. Hero as
Absolute
well.
pleasure.
Now,
Very nice to meet you, everyone.
thank you, Dan. And now I'm gonna pass the word to Emmanuel Kurt, that is the head of our percussion, timpani and percussion department.
Yes. Hello. Do you hear me?
Yes,
Is it
perfectly.
okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much, Stefania, for these open days, and very happy to join the family of the LPMAM. Of course, it's always interesting and refreshing when you have a blank page and you have to write everything. What can I say about percussion? Actually, in the 21st century, percussion is a very, very, very complete instrument, a very big department.
Mhm.
So that's why we're going to be at least 5 people at the beginning, of course, because we have to manage all the sides of teaching percussion in our days.
Yeah.
Of course, orchestral percussion is very important to have the basics, to have the skills, and to have the best level of that. So that's why I'll be joined by Antoine Siguré, who is principal timpani in the Philharmonia Orchestra, and Paul Stoneman, who is also soloist in the orchestra, in the Philharmonia Orchestra. So they will be in charge about that aspect of the percussion, and I'll be also like a grandpa watching on the students for everything, of course, organizing, of course, one-to-one classes, but also sectional and having an eye in the orchestral sessions and everything like that. But percussion is not only, of course, an instrument for orchestras. We need to be very good, very competent, the best in all the aspects regarding the jazz music, the world music. I think to be a musician in 21st century is to be the best and to be the most complete people. So that's why I would like the students to be very open-minded in all the music that they listen and the music they want to play. That's why I talked with Corinna Silvestros. She is one of the best percussion player in the London shows in the theater. Unfortunately, now everything is closed, but we hope that she will be in charge of the best musical next season. And I think she will be the best link with all the departments of the jazz, of world music, of music for movies or cinema, and for example, doing studio, how to play in a studio. It's a very specific job, particularly for the percussion. So how can I play, which sticks I use, or what do I have to do? Mm-hmm. So I think Corinna will be the best for that. She has a lot of experience in London, I think 30 years, to be one of the best players. And the last teacher who will be in charge of the marimba side, because I'm not a big fan about specialization, but we have to recognize that today the marimba is one of the instruments in the percussion family that can be played as a soloist, yes, or as a chamber player. So she will be Ria Hideta. She's a famous Japanese marimba player, and she's very happy, of course, to join the family too. Just to be complete and to be different from the other schools, and that's why I'm very interested about coming to LPMAM, to offer something different. I think percussion in the 21st century is now a very important solo instrument. all the new composer come running to write for percussion with other instruments, and also, and that's why that's my favorite type of music, organizing shows and projects with theater, with dance, with other departments, like I said, musical or jazz and things like that. So I think, and that's why I'm here. I just want to push the percussion out of the orchestra and going an instrument like different instrument on stage, on show, on live, and I think we can manage it very very interestingly in the LPMAM.
You know, I met with two wonderful artists that are Kurt and Oliver, that from musical theater. They are musical theater superstars. And they were talking exactly about developing with us the most wonderful musical theater department. There will be music theater that will allow musicians to be able to be on stage with the actors and act at the same time. So this is the new direction of musical theater, and it's not just the classical musical that you see in the West End,
Exactly.
but it's developing in
Yeah.
this music theater form.
Yeah, the idea, the last purpose, the best we can do, because we're going to play that step by step, of course. But the purpose is to have people at the end of the courses of LPMAM, they should be able to organize their own show, their own piece of music with companies. They can do the stage organizing. They can do everything like in a great autonomy, you know.
Yes.
And I just want to say that for me the instrument is not the principal. It's not only the principal objective or the principal purpose. It's more than that, because of course people play very well today, but I think in the world who is coming, I think people who can be different about being a great soloist or a great chamber player, because many of us are great, but I think we have to find something singular, you know. And I think that's why I want to put like a seed in the earth, from the beginning to the curses to the end, just to think about, not about only a piece, a player, an interpretation, but more than that. Of course, it's step by step, so we begin with the basics, with the skills, and then why not participation to competitions, international competitions of music, of course, but from the beginning, giving partnerships with all the departments, giving bridges, giving links, not to be close in our department, you know.
Absolutely.
That's very ambitious, but I think that that's the real deal today.
Absolutely. Well, you know, as you said, the LPMAM, of course, is a British conservatoire. So we have to follow the British standards of the higher education with the programs. But that doesn't stop us to implement the classical degree program with actually all these supportive courses, this new repertoire that we can bring in, you know, and the opportunity to mix and to have supportive classes and elective as much as the students might be interested in. So our job will be to offer things that will tickle their mind and open their eyes, that there is so much more in just playing at perfection your instrument.
Yeah, my purpose is just to, if I want to sum up what I said before, is if I am a student today, why do I have to go to LPMAM more than another one? And I think it's I just need an answer who says you will have everything, the main learning, the main object, but you will have more. And when after that you'll be in the job, because one day you'll be alone, I can do everything, but not only one thing or another one, you know. So I think to develop the autonomy of of the student is very, very important. In the same time to giving them lessons one-to-one, and of course,
Absolutely. There is one thing that we need actually that we didn't mention yet. This platform, of course, doesn't allow us to play orchestra
of course,
or to play large ensemble. As you could see, we can play together. We can have a masterclass function where we can have 10 students that they're all actively watching and participating in the masterclass. So I could say now I would like to hear Eric playing, for example. Before we had up to 7 people.
I would like to.
There you go. Go get the cello. No, but you see what I mean. So, of course, to complete an undergraduate or postgraduate diploma, advanced diploma, you will still have to have the physical part. But what we can do with this platform is to offer the opportunity to have the one-to-one or the small chamber music classes, movement, etc., collective classes online, and then we have the project is to have a full month residency where all our students from all around the world can join us in London and have 1 month where they will complete their educational experience with orchestra, setting up, learning how to play together the symphony. So they might practice their parts separately, and then finally they put it into place. The same with opera. They learn their part online with the professors, with the coach, etc. And then the movement as well, an idea of the direction, but then they will be physical. So there will be a physical part to it. It's an utopia, let's say, to only do that. At this moment, but we're not far off actually. Apparently the 5G, when it's going to reach the entire world, will be so powerful, and I'm sure there will be a 6G and even more in the future. This distance will be even less, so this is the first step towards that.
I understand. But of course.
This is wonderful. All right, well, thank you so much,
thank you very much,
Emmanuel, for joining us. This
My pleasure.
Beautiful. Actually, where are you now, Emmanuel?
Actually, I'm in Paris, and it's a very sunny day, so
wonderful.
It's beautiful.
So as you can see, we are on the other side of the pond.
Exactly. Yeah.
And we can still interact as if we were in the same room. I mean, I didn't ask you to play with me, but I don't know if you have anything.
No,
we will prepare
just
next time.
Just have a pen.
Well, I know that percussionists can play with anything they want, really.
Yeah, exactly. See you in a bit. See you.
Yes, I'll see you soon then. Thank you again. Thank you, Emmanuel.
Goodbye.
Okay, goodbye then.
Bye.
Eric, to you.
Hey, hello.
Eric Villeminet, we were saying before, so cello professor of LPMAM. You are as well in France. Are you in Paris as well, or somewhere else at the moment?
Yes, I'm in countryside, not far from Paris. At the
countryside.
I'm commuting between Paris and, we all try during the lockdown, to escape cities.
Both you and Emmanuel, you were at the Philharmonic Orchestra. That's how I met you. Then with the pandemic, things are changing, and you went back to France. But you will be able to teach for us online, and also when we will have the campus to be teaching in the campus.
Yes, and I'm very excited about it, and I was very pleased to listen to Manu, because they are also good friends, and I can keep talking about a few things he said about specialization, about education, and I totally agree with most of what he said. First of all, I want to thank you, because I think your initiative, this project is absolutely fantastic, especially now when everything is so difficult for everyone. And that's now that you're creating this, and we are all very supportive and excited about it.
Well, as you know, I could have not done it without you. And this LPMAM was in my mind, has been in my mind for many years. I've been working on it, for the accreditation, for the investors, for the campus, and then we got the pandemic blocking everything. First we got Brexit, then the pandemic. But the truth is that thanks to the pandemic, I was able to reach out to other professors that then enlarged the project to make it to become something that is now worldwide renowned. We have superstars teaching from America, from Japan, from Italy, from Russia, from anywhere really. We established partnership with wonderful conservatories, academies, theaters, starting with modern, as I was saying before, and the conservatoire from where I come from. So that was such a delight for me. And the Teatro Grattacielo with the Accademia Bardi, the Accademia Perosi. We have the Canadian University in Bangladesh. So with the Nyesin Russian Academy of Music and many more. We're going to be publishing that on the website very soon. But anyway, this couldn't be done without the professors, without the faculty. The faculty is the body and the soul of the school. I could have been the mind to started it, but it wouldn't be what it
We
is.
all need each other for sure, but it's great also that some of us, we know each other. It creates something warm and a link between us, and that I think it's very important. So I don't know if you want me to talk about. I don't particularly want to talk about cello, even if I'm the cello professor.
Why not?
That's why I'm very excited, because I've noticed for the past, since I learned cello for the past 35, 40 years, is that as a teacher myself, and that's why I'm very excited, because you give me this opportunity to create this class, is I don't only want to teach you cello. Of course I can help, I hope, help the students, to correct things, to improve their playing, their intonation, the quality of the sound, but most of all, I realized that I've never been taught myself to, I think you need to give the students the possibility to be independent, to be responsible. The students, they have to be responsible for themselves by listening, not waiting. They practice one full week, like 6 hours a day, and they just show up to the teacher, they play, and they wait for the teacher to say, this is good, this is not good, this is too fast, this intonation, blah, blah, blah. And I think I'm really looking for sort of relation between, it's a team, the teacher and the student, it's a team. It's something I really think we need to help the students to develop themselves, to be their own teacher. And I have to say, I had some amazing teachers, and thanks to them, but maybe since I don't have any teacher anymore, I'm my own teacher, and I learned a lot by myself as well, because when you are alone with no one to help you, you start thinking, analyzing, listening, things that you don't do before, because you just expect from your teacher to tell you everything. So I want to be, as a teacher, the one to, gradually, slowly, very little by little, help the students to really be their own teacher, and develop themselves, not only be a good, that's why I was talking about it. I don't want to talk about cello playing, because I prefer music than cello, even that's my favorite instrument.
Yeah.
How you can be a good musician above or beyond being a good cellist. I'm as part of the Philharmonia Orchestra, which is a great orchestra. I've been playing with so many great soloists, and sometimes I won't give names today, but some very famous people. I have to say, sometimes it's very boring. They master their instruments, they play so well. I can't say anything about the technique and everything. But there's you have to talk with your instruments. If you play the piano, I play the cello, some people sing, but we do the same thing. We want to communicate.
Yes.
We want to say something. We want to express something. If I come to listen to you, I don't want to listen to the piano. I want to listen to some music. And most of people think that playing the notes, music notes, right, make you a good musician. I think it's above that, But it's something I like to research, with the students, and I'm very excited about that. And also, Manu was talking about specialization. I was thinking about that, and because people ask you, what is your favorite repertoire? Who is your favorite cellist? You can't put borders, in music. if you want to be accomplished as a musician,
yes,
as an instrumentist, I mean, of course, I could say I love the 19th century romantic music. I love the 20th century, the Bartok, Debussy, Mahler. But there's no limit. If you want to be a good musician, you have to be able to play everything, to adapt yourself to the style.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's very important to keep listening to music, to keep listening to even some specialized people, like early music, but we should not fix ourselves some limits about interpretation. It's just that we need some integrity. You say integrity?
Absolutely,
integrity,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
About, who's right. It's the composer first, then it's you, It's not like I play how I feel. No, I play what's written on the part.
Mm-hmm.
And then I
you can add yourself, yeah.
And that's why it's fantastic, because we all interpret differently, because unless you work in contemporary music and you have the composers and he tells you precisely what he wants.
Yes.
But when you play Beethoven or Bach, it's quite, in a way, unprecise, and you interpret. But you have to. The priority is to be honest with the music, with the score.
Yeah, as a starting point, absolutely. Well, there is something I noticed when we do the master classes that I did, with Ian, Hiro, David, Marco, Rustem, and we would be teaching the students the same exact piece, and they would be popping in from one class to another as well to see what the others are saying. It's very interesting. And there is also students that they respond better to a certain professor than another. Because also there is the human side of it, that someone is, you like him more than another person.
Yeah.
But funny enough, all of us were saying the same thing. So if the composer wrote piano, you have to play piano. If the composer wrote staccato with the crescendo, you need to do a staccato with the crescendo. Then you can add something to that staccato and crescendo. You can add your reason, your story, your, interpretation, then respecting what is written on the music. And there is also this wonderful class that we did that was presented at the very beginning of today with Nimrod about analysis and interpretation of the composition for the performers. So he's talking to you as the composer, knowing why the composer wrote those signs, why he added those elements in the melody or in the bass that is bringing you to something, etc. And was very interesting, because sometimes we would even go against what was written on the paper, and you would say, I'm sure Beethoven didn't add that, because you also have the problem of the different edition of the music. Yeah. So always going to the autograph as much as possible, to the Urtext edition, the first one published. So there is so much scope and so much that the students can learn, on top of being very good at doing the right note with the right intonation, with the right bowing. And
you need to research regarding to what you say about, sometimes in some Ravel compositions, you have a metronome marking.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's so fast, it's so unplayable. And
yes.
But people say, so they play the right tempo. It sounds terrible, But say, Ravel wanted like 138. And then you realize, you research, and you just learn that Ravel didn't write anything, but that was the publisher.
Yes.
Who pushed him to say, we need to put a metronome marking. And say, I don't know, it's fast. Put what you want. Write what you want, but it's very fast. It's not from him, it's from the public. And people were just to respect, there's something natural about music sometimes that, despite the metronome marking, that's also our role to interpret, things. Anyway.
Wow.
Yes, I don't know what.
No, I think it was perfect what you said, and I'm sure the students will be very excited to work with you and with the other wonderful string faculty.
And I hope we will have the opportunity, if it's given to me, to also, when I say I don't want to teach individually, privately, I want to create really a class, an atmosphere between people, that people, if it's possible, once a month or once we will have the building and not online, of course, to have all the students playing, one after another one playing their pieces, and they're all being, I would give them the opportunity to be critical between themselves, to learn from themselves. I think that's very important.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. I think we're gonna leave the streaming platform again, and we're gonna go back to, our teaching platform, and we're gonna go back to.
Thank you so much, and looking forward to see you and to welcome all the students.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye then. Bye. So I'll stop these, and here we are back to Ambra. Ambra, we're gonna see a video now.
Yes, so we prepared for you a short video presentation from Professor Chiara Angella, that is a singing professor. We heard that
before
last hour, yes. So Chiara presented a short introduction about herself, the career, and
wait a second. We have it live. 1 second. We have it live on the platform.
Oh, okay.
Let me go back to the. She came in very quietly. Well done. Let me see here. Hello. Actually, no, sorry. It's
we cannot hear the voice. Maybe the microphone is muted.
No, it's my fault. 1 second. Let me do it again. I did it wrong. When I did there, I didn't click the audio. Share the audios. It's not Chiara Angella. I was wrong. It's Renata Arlotti. That is our latest addition to the faculty.
Hi, Stefania.
Ciao, Renata. Renata,
Ciao.
you are back in London. When we talked, you were in Italy,
Yes.
actually. And
Yes, right.
Renata is our classical guitar professor. And she has an incredible long career now, although she looks super young, but I would say she looks young like me. And we got Eleni as
Hello.
well. Hello, Eleni.
Hello.
Hello, Eleni is our organ professor for the London Performing Academy of Music. We listen a few words from Renata first, and then we go to you.
Yes.
Okay.
So, hello, everybody. Hi, Stefania. Thank you first of all for having me here. Just a few words to say how happy I am to start this adventure, and I am really looking forward. And what I really liked about LPMAM is how new the concept behind this amazing conservatory is going to be. So it's going to be something that really surrounds the students 360 degrees. And this is really close to what I believe is the best teaching that we could give to our students. So actually, I believe that being flexible, being able to have opportunities to share knowledge with other departments as well is what, at the end of the day, really teaches you the most. Of course, along with the teaching dedicated to the instrument and the repertoire. But again, the career of a musician is made of so many things besides the knowledge of the instrument itself, as our colleagues said before.
Yeah.
That I truly believe is really important to give the students the tool to be independent, to be able to decide what they want to do by themselves and how they want to pursue that. And I believe that being able to collaborate as much as possible will be the best way. So this is why I'm really excited to be starting at LPMAM.
I have a very big question to you. We have a gigantic department for guitar in jazz rhythms. I don't know if you had a look at that.
Amazing.
And we have many people asking, what about classical? So everyone, as we know, classical is the base. We have others that we're going to add later on. But did you ever try playing something that wasn't just classical guitar?
Well, actually, to be honest, yes, I did not start with a classical guitar. When I was when I was a little kid, my dad he plays guitar for fun, and actually then he also developed a career in he was a journalist and had the chance to make so many interviews to great names of music, and he developed a love for jazz music and pop and rock music. He's the
We
biggest
talked
fan of
about some
Beatles.
legends, yeah,
We
exactly.
did, yeah. He's the biggest fan of Beatles, and but he interviewed also composers like Piazzolla. So there we go. He has quite a few guitars, and I would always listen to him playing. And so at some point I was just curious, and then I asked him. Well, my first question actually was. Can you teach me the most difficult song you can play? So that was my first.
Nice.
Yeah, that was my first approach. And then, yeah, he started teaching me a little bit, or better to show me a little bit how to put the hands on this instrument. And so, yeah, I did start this way for fun and pushed by the love of music. And then after that, well, he understood that I was really serious about it, and so that I needed some tuitions. And then I happened to find also a classical guitarist, and then I fell in love with that. But he still wants me from time to time to accompany him and his solos on over jazz music. So,
Oh,
yeah.
wow, wonderful. Well, the truth is, I mean, the two worlds are not that divided. In a way, jazz is a continuation as well of classical, and it's very normal for someone young, like you, for example, to then fall in love with classical music. If you have the right teachers and you have the right opportunities, then classical music doesn't have age, doesn't have to be only for people of a of a certain age, like what you see. The question is about diversity and the younger generation in the audience of the classical music theaters and classical concerts. And it's not because the younger wouldn't love classical music. It's just that they've not been given the opportunity to listen to it the right way.
That's correct. It's absolutely alive. Classical music is alive. It's well, to be honest, it's not even classical music. It's music. So it's a side, one of the many sides and faces of music. So what is really important is to bring the audience and the young people, to get them to know this side of music. And me myself as a performer, I love to collaborate with the composers as well, so to develop a little bit more the repertoire, and hopefully to also manage to get more people to know this kind of instrument festival and of music as well. So,
absolutely. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Renata.
Thank you.
And I'd like to ask Eleni. Eleni, you are an organist. I mean, there is nothing more classical than the organ. But we have a friend in common that is actually, he's gonna be visiting professor of the LPMAM, that is Riccardo Bonci. And Riccardo Bonci, he is someone who really took the organ to another level, playing the most impossible arrangement in the back
and
side.
operas.
Yes, and operas at the organ. So the organ is an incredible instrument. How did you fall in love with the organ? How did you decide to make a career out of it?
I think we have had this conversation. It's a very bizarre story because
one second. Hi Tara, you need to use the headphones. Please, right. You forgot that, and I need you to mute your microphone for a moment so that we can. So put the headphones on, and then okay. All right. To you.
Yes, I think I have shared this story before with you. It all started with an accident. I went to play in a piano competition, and they gave three organ scholarships. Of course, I had never, being in an Orthodox country, I had never seen an organ before in my life, because we don't include organ in our church music. So I didn't like it in the first place. I was trying to get away from the class. And suddenly I fell in love with that.
I think it's such an exciting instrument. As a pianist, the organ has this power and of a full orchestra by himself, basically.
Yes,
So.
that was what Frank used to say. The organ is my orchestra. You can it can be a solo instrument. It can be an instrument where you accompany. You can arrange everything on an organ. Everything, literally everything.
Yes, it is indeed. And you also finished already your PhD, and you have also the academic side of it. How important it is to have an academic background together with your performing background to be able to teach the organ in.
Well, again, it all started with another accident. Because I started learning Opus 73 variations by Reger, and I thought, why didn't I write a PhD on that piece?
Yeah.
And that would be my central piece. And then I looked, I searched, and I saw that not many people had done half performance, half dissertation on that piece. And then I decided to apply to university and submit the proposal. But it all started when I started practicing. I was practicing, and then all the ideas came to me. I was practicing, and I had a little notebook where I was writing. Nothing came to me when I was just writing on the table. Everything was practicing.
Ian, thank you for joining us. Can you please mute your microphone so we don't hear? Perfect. Thank you so much. Sorry, Eleni. Yes. So that's exactly what I mean. I mean, we're also bringing a new way of doing the research, and the research has to come for the performance for a performer. When you go to university, sometimes you're applying an idea and you're not realizing that when you're actually playing the pieces, there is so much that comes to you to understand as well from the intention of the composer himself. I did something similar with Clara Schumann, and so much I could gather, from what was the truth behind Clara vision and Clara Schumann composing style as well. People says she was taking a lot from Schumann. In reality, she was taking that part of Schumann to send a message, a very specific message in the music. So sometimes she would be misunderstood. But if you had the knowledge of the life of Clara Schumann and of her composition, and also of the composition of Schumann and Brahms, Robert Schumann and Johannes Brahms, then you would understand that those were not there by chance or because she was, without knowing, and inspired by, because she wanted to send specific messages into the music. So I think what you did with the... we lost Eleni. What Eleni did with the research was very good. Wonderful. Well, we lost Tara as well. So I think I give the...
Yeah, maybe they can join up later, and let's move to our next professor.
I can hear a little bit of background noise. Is that me or is that somewhere else in the line?
It's you. And
it's me.
Yes. Are you connected with Safari?
iPad.
Yes, so that's why.
Okay. And if I click on noise suppression, will that change it?
Yes, you can do that. But
okay, let me try.
Hello.
Hello, Eleni.
Sorry, for a bizarre reason we paused a little bit. I don't know what was the issue. Yeah, I agree. It's all an amalgam. And that's what I admire in Riccardo, because he's also a composer, he's also a performer, he's also virtuoso, he's also researches and...
Yes, I'm listening. Sorry. He's also a composer, yes, and an incredible performer.
Yes, so it's all part of being a musician.
Mm-hmm.
Musician is not only one thing.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly what I mean. Perfect. Well, it was...
And that's why...
That's why...
Oh, we paused again.
No.
Oh. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Where are you now?
I feel very privileged. I'm at home.
Yeah.
British home.
In Greece. Ah, wow. So it could be
No.
in London.
I came back to Britain. Yeah. Yes. I finished my self-isolating and I'm back.
Well done. I think the main problem is that you don't have a great connection today. Are you connected wireless as well?
Yeah, but I have the modem next to me. I don't know
Don't
what
worry.
was the issue. It was fantastic the other days. I may search
It
into
could
it.
be a moment as well where everyone is
Yeah.
using internet, and also we've been
Yes.
streaming for more than 3 hours, 3 hours and a half. So could be
Oh.
that the streaming platform going on Facebook and YouTube Live is making
Oh,
this
yes,
as
yes.
well a little bit slower. So a combination
it
of
was-
things.
Exactly. So it was me, my path. Just to say that I feel very privileged in participating to this fresh conservatoire, and it's like a fresh air, a breeze to music, and I look forward to it.
Wonderful. Well, students would be so lucky to work with you because you are a virtuoso of the organ and you're so passionate about it. And there is nothing better than to have professors that are actively working and performing and, using, developing the repertoire and searching on it to make the students excited and continue your school in a way for the organ. So thank you so much, Eleni. And
Thank you very much. I'm also very excited. Thank you.
You're welcome. Then
nice to talk to you and nice to see you briefly.
thank you, Eleni.
Thank
Then
you.
I let Ian talking. So
Bye.
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 Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hello.
So,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us.
No problem.
One second. We got Russell. Russell, put your microphone in mute, please. You are in mute already?
Very good.
Perfect. Okay. So Ian, we had Rustem, we had Hero, we had David. We missed Marco today, but basically we have almost the whole piano faculty
Very good.
complete. Ricky Paget, he's gonna be in the jazz department, but he is also developing the black classical repertoire. And he's doing a big research on the black classical composers, so he will bring that to our classical piano department. But I was saying that we've been working together for many years with the master classes at the London Piano Masters, and that is what's very unique is the fact that each of us has a different approach to the same music score, still being faithful to what is written, and so would you like to?
Do you know, I had a little bit of
wonderful.
Some thoughts earlier, and you've basically just said what I wrote down.
But I would like you to tell us what's your unicity? What is your speciality?
Well, thank you first of all for inviting me to come on, and obviously also for being on the faculty. I think it's a great. In my lifetime, I've not heard of anything similar. Obviously, it's a very unique adventure.
Yeah.
And I think it's if you think about where the world is going, we're no longer reliant on pre-established institutions, ideas, recording labels, print outlets, whatever. With the advent of not only social media but generally speaking, media being accessible and without certain entities having a monopoly on publishing. We can do it ourselves in, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, whatever it may be, and also print media or, printed media outlets, but online. We can create our own content, obviously. And of course, that also has its pitfalls because, as we probably all know, there is an awful lot of let's say, dubious information or doubtful
Oh yeah.
sources or whatever out there. So
without making name about like Wikipedia, I get
Yes,
research
exactly,
from
you know.
students like, but do you know who wrote that? It's not a real encyclopedia.
Exactly. So, you know, you have to be, and, you know, Wikipedia is a great starting point, but I think you have to then...
There is some content that is very
Yeah,
good,
of
actually,
course,
that is
of
real
course.
content, but
Of course, yeah.
we know because we research it and we know what is real and what is wrong. Sometimes the students, they just find the first information, they stop there, and then they realize, is it correct
Yes.
or...
Exactly. And quite often, you know, when you ask students, have you listened to a recording? Say, yes, which one? Well, the first one on YouTube.
Oh, yes!
You know, the first one, the one highest up. And obviously, you know, think about anything that we don't know anything about, and there are plenty of subjects that I know absolutely nothing about. If I wanted to know something about it, I would look on Wikipedia, I would go on YouTube, and I wouldn't necessarily know where to start either. So I think our job as teachers is very much also to educate our students in sort of becoming savvy in which resources to use and how to look and so forth. But anyway, so what I wanted to say, I mean, it's a great opportunity, and I think I'm, you know, in admiration of the person who did it. You know, that you can just come up with a project like this. I think this is fantastic. So thank you very much for inviting me. I mean, it's a great honor, and I'm hugely looking forward to it. You know, claiming unicity or you know, being uniqueness or is, I don't know whether I want to claim that for myself, but I can maybe talk about what I think is important in music education. Now, as you know, I've been a principal study teacher at Royal Birmingham Conservatoire for the past eight years now. So I've seen quite a lot of students. And before that, I worked at Junior Guildhall as well. So have taught at primary schools in London, have taught at some of the country's biggest secondary schools with great music departments, and still working at Radley College, with a fantastic music department. So I've seen the spectrum.
Yes.
And you see a lot of students, obviously. And when you listen to so many young players play, I think the thing that fascinates us most, and ultimately even us teachers, when I say even us teachers, because supposedly it's our job, but it's still our passion. So I think we react to music just like any ordinary audience member would do. We might hopefully have a bit more knowledge, and we know how to do things, but essentially I think our emotional sort of visceral reaction to hearing music is still the same.
Yeah.
And what I found, when a student walks through the door, and what differentiates them in their playing is their personality and how much in touch they actually are with their own personality and with their innermost self, with what they want to express. It's very quickly, very obvious whether a student has something to communicate or not. And it's partly having that, but it's also having the confidence to be able to portray that. And it's having the confidence to know that what you have to say is valuable, what you have to say will be listened to, and to have the confidence to portray that. Now, the thing with confidence is you can't teach it, but you can nurture it. And you have to develop it over a very, very long period of time. It starts way before they enter conservatoire. Obviously, with how they were educated by their former teachers. But the thing is, confidence takes a long time to build, but it can be destroyed in one instance. So if you say the wrong thing, if you don't quite know your student and you say the wrong thing, that thing might stick with them for a long time. So, and then you ask yourself, what's the point? If you have a very well educated highly skilled student, but they're lacking confidence, they won't be able to perform because they don't have the confidence. So actually, I think the older I get, and that's not always been my idea, you know, I mean, that's something that I think, been thinking about over the past few years as I get older. I think the most important thing is actually that we breed and nurture confidence in our students. But, and here's the thing, we need to do that whilst being critical. We need to do that whilst being, well, you know, critical of where it's necessary.
Yeah.
But in a positive way, you know, in a way that I think takes the personality out of their we don't assign blame, you know, we don't say you haven't done this, you haven't done that, this is da. It's much more important to say what is it that you think this piece requires, or what is it that you feel you want to portray in this piece, and then we can objectify the personal message. And that's almost like a little conundrum, but you need to take the aspects that, or ultimately, you know, the 5 aspects that music is made up of. You know, if you think about it, it's notes, it's time, you know, rhythm, rubato, and so forth, it's dynamics, it's articulation, and it's tone. And everything else is a combination thereof. So you can kind of objectify music and say, right, these are the specifics you need to work on if you want to achieve a certain outcome. But the objective is personal, but the means are objective. Do you know what I mean? So you can, objectively, you can say the scale isn't even.
Yes, yes.
Right? That's an objective thing to say, your scale isn't even. And then you can ask the student, do you want to play an even scale? Because sometimes you don't want to play a perfectly even scale. Sometimes you want little inflections. It depends what repertoire it is. It depends what you're trying to say. It depends what mood or character the piece is.
Yeah.
But if the personal approach is, I would like to play an even scale, then we as teachers can help and say, look, objectively, this is how you do it. If the student says, I would like to play an uneven scale, then you can say, okay, you need to have a reason. What's your reason? Let's objectify. Why do you want to play an uneven scale? And then we can say, okay, at the moment your uneven scale sounds a little bit too uneven. Or your uneven scale isn't quite convincing enough. What can we do? So, but do you see what I mean?
Absolutely.
I think it's giving students ownership of their progress. It's giving students ownership of their learning. And
that's the right word.
Absolutely,
exactly
because if you don't give them that, where does the confidence come from? Because I fundamentally believe, you know, that anyone, any teacher, any student, anyone, deep down, they know whether they're capable of doing something or not. And you need to give them the tools to work it out for themselves. You know, you need to give them the power to say, I've achieved this, I've done this. And that's where the confidence comes from. The confidence doesn't come from me telling them they're great.
Yes.
Whether they are or they aren't is irrespective. There are many great players out there who don't have the confidence, even though they could. And there are some players out there who are not that great, but have a lot of confidence. But to marry...
I so know that. We know that. Well, yes. Ian, fabulous. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, this day is almost finished and it's almost already 3 o'clock. We have Gil Vinas from Chile. Live from Chile, and we have another Sarah Oates on Oates in live stream. Russell Painter, Russell, you know Gil Vinas. Do you remember each other from Hollywood House a million years ago? Now they can unmute. Ian, thank you so much.
A million years ago.
No problem. All the best.
Yes.
A million years ago, definitely.
Okay, I'd like first of all to have Gil Vinas, because Gil Vinas, you are in Chile. Would you like to tell us what are you doing there? I mean, I know you are a bassoon soloist of the Chile Symphony Orchestra. You need to unmute your microphone now. Is that working? Okay, so you know what you can do? You can come back in. You can.
No, I'm
Yeah,
here. I'm
perfect.
back here. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Hello, Stefania. Hello, Stefania. Hello, everyone. It's a great honor for me to be a part of this team, and I'm really amazed of a great job you're doing.
Thank
So
you.
it's I think it's really huge mission you are seeking, and now in these times of pandemics and everything, of course, the virtual teaching is has gained more ground, obviously, and I hope we can contribute in many ways towards this. So yeah, let me introduce myself once again for people who don't know me. Uh, I'm Lithuanian. I was born in Vilnius, and I have studied as an exchange student. I spent half a year studying in Utrecht in Holland. Later, I got scholarship from Guildhall School of Music and Drama,
in London,
and I did my master's degree. My professors were Robin O'Neill, Graham Sheen, and Merrick Alexander on bassoon, and also I took contrabassoon lessons by Martin Field and Gordon O'Neill. Back then I was already a professional player, but of course, you know, perfection is something that we seek but we never attain. I think it's our motto, you know, that we need to seek perfection, and but it's really I'm always become suspicious about people who say that they attained perfection. So yes, so even for my own students, I say that yeah, I'm learning. Every single class, every single lesson I'm giving, you know, I'm still learning myself, and I'm still. I think it's Itzhak Perlman also noted this, that he's still, when he teaches, he's still learning something, and it's really very important thing, and. That's why I also kept studying even more after London. I got to Switzerland. I spent 2 years studying there, my postgrad degree with Pascal Gallois, a famous bassoonist who was once a member of ensemble Intercontemporain led by Pierre Boulez. So, and right now I'm a solo bassoonist at Santiago Philharmonic Orchestra, Opera Nacional de Chile. So I've got about more than 20 years of experience as an orchestral professional player, and last 12 years I'm teaching in 2 universities. Right now I'm a professor of bassoon chamber music at Universidad Mayor de Santiago, and also I'm teaching bassoon at Universidad de Chile. So my teacher activity is equally important as a performance one, and I'm also, well, I started as a hobby composer, but increasingly I'm getting more engaged with this, and I'm closely collaborating with Accolade Verlag Publishing House in Germany, and mostly I focus on bassoon because it's the instrument I know the best, and I'm interested to enrich its repertoire. So my output for bassoon includes both chamber music, solo pieces, but also wrote a good deal of pedagogic repertoire. So just like studies, orchestral studies, solo repertoire studies, it's like 3 volumes of orchestral studies, 60 studies in total.
Wonderful.
And I heavily focus on auditions, on audition repertoire, on psychological things, you know, confidence that we just recently heard. How to build the confidence, how to don't get involved, how not get involved into self-bashing, which is also common. You know, we as musicians, the more we know, the more we study, the higher are our requirements towards ourselves, and this can also be pretty dangerous because sometimes very capable, very dedicated people, they are really immobilized by this, you know, by this sensation when they want to play as good as they can, but it already starts to limit their freedom of expression. This is very actual thing, and I think that in my career I had a wonderful opportunity to how to say, to have a different approach towards the music, because first of all, as an instrumentalist, as a performer. Later, I was many times called to listen to exams, of course, and audition panels, juries, you know, competitions for scholarships and so on. And the third aspect is that when I started writing music, on a larger basis. You know, when I got more involved, I got a third point of view. It's like composer's point of view, so it helped me a lot. By the way, also defended my doctoral thesis in Lithuania in 2015. So I also have a doctorate in musicology. So when I studied musicology and composition, of course, it also offered me a wonderful insight. Or when we try to understand what composer wanted to say, because so many times as a performance we are obsessed with perfection, just playing music what's written. So too often we are worried, you know, how to play that, how to play this beautifully, how to play it perfectly in many senses, in the beautiful sound with fluent technique and everything. But sometimes we lack this general question, what we want to say with that music. And probably it's the most important thing, because overall music, as any art, possesses a very potent message to the audience. And it's not enough just to let the people know that we understand this piece and we can play it well. Even more important is to make the audience understand the piece. So even people who are not very involved into classical music, I mean, just they need to get this message. So it's not enough to let people know that I can play well and I know the piece. It's even more important that the audience would get this impact, you know,
Absolutely.
just our message, because we are only transmitting the message. So let's say we are, or in some sort we are translators. We get the text, you know, we get the sheet music, we get the score, then we need to digest the score, just to master the score, and then transmit the message towards the audience.
Absolutely.
It's very, very important mission of a performance. So in some sense, as a good translation can contribute enormously to the text. You know?
Yeah.
That's why we usually hire translators. We never use Google
Yeah.
Translate
No.
for translating, you know, Shakespeare, Byron, Goethe, you know, and Dante, you know. So mostly this job is being done by very, very competent people. So in some sense, our mission is somewhat similar, because we need to understand very well what we are doing, how this should be done. So my approach when I teach, of course, is just to try to make people understand why they are playing this piece, what qualities are being required, you know, what are required to perform it well, and just what's the final objective. Because quite often it happens that some players are thinking that just it's enough to show public how cool I am playing, you know, how great I am. But it's not about this, you know. Just the most important thing is that the audience must really bring something with them back home, you know. When they get, it's always wonderful when people talk about the concert and just and they say that how beautiful was the music. I think it's the best compliment a performer can achieve. So apart from working on particular pieces or audition repertoire, of course, I offer more aspects. So very important thing is I can also give some lessons regarding instrument maintenance, because with bassoon, bassoon is a very complicated machine, and many people now they have also problems because due to many restrictions, it's even quite complicated to get a qualified service. How to take care of our instrument. So I've got experience in this as well.
Wonderful.
So I mean, just any question regarding, you know, there are some very particular things regarding wind instruments, like voicing, you know, checking for leaks, and just there are tons of things that the bassoonist might.
But you know what is phenomenal is that you are on the other side of the hemisphere. But still we managed to talk and connect as if we were in the same city almost, no? And
yes, the technology is amazing, and back 20 years ago, of course, it was far more difficult, because when we were studying in London back then, we didn't. Skype still
didn't exist almost. Yeah, I remember we were queuing for the phone. Do you remember? To make the international calls. So
yeah, then scraping the codes from the cards, from calling cards and everything. It's very different.
yeah.
And one thing is, of course, there is one tiny danger in everything when I talk to students, because there are so many talks, so many virtual master classes, and so many great people talking about things, that sometimes students get overwhelmed by this information. And mostly, I mean, many good things, many good advices. They really mostly they sound in the same way. Just we are
I see what you mean.
shaped in different way. But many great players, they have some sort of tips that sound pretty similar. But the problem is that for a young student, sometimes it's very hard to sort it all out.
Yes, absolutely.
So quite often during the last year, I also noticed that there are students who follow, they participate in many talks and many master classes, but sometimes it really leaves a mess.
The mess.
So it's also very, yeah, because too much information, and it's very difficult to sort it out.
But that's why it needs to be, right, that's why it needs to be structured. So it's true that we got the freedom of technology that is allowing us to connect, but also you need to have a program and of master classes, in this case of visiting professors like you, that can also be regular professors thanks to the technology, but not enlarging in a way that then you lose the picture.
Yes, so it's great. So your academy, of course, is great in this sense that we could work with people in a very systematic way,
Yes.
So it's good because master classes and talks, they are amazing. It's a really amazing
They're
source
one-off,
of information, but it's also very important to monitor one's progress. So to monitor and just to keep, to follow the progress, to keep giving tips, just because it's sort of easy, during one masterclass to make such a huge shot, like a vaccine shot, of information.
Absolutely.
Stefania, we are ready to welcome the strings department representatives that are waiting for us. So I would.
1 second.
I just interrupted you. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Then I say goodbye to Gilles Vinas. Thank you so much for being with us today. Russell, do you think you will have time to meet us tomorrow after we can stay a little bit longer, an extra 10 minutes?
Yeah, I certainly don't. I certainly don't mind. I think. Well, we did our little webinar.
Sorry.
I'm terribly sorry.
No worries at all. You lost the connection. We have to go. It was great to have you, Gilles Vinas. It was wonderful. And because we're actually at the end of our streaming event today, but we have still the head of stream who wanted to talk, and Russell. So we will go on for another 5 minutes. But Gilles Vinas, it was wonderful to have you with us today, and we look forward to organizing more masterclasses and events and start working with the regular students in particular.
So I'm looking forward to this, and I hope we could do a great job. And it's really great to be a part of such a good team.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for inviting me, and let's stay tuned.
Absolutely.
Greetings from Chile.
Thank you, Gilles Vinas. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, I'll stop my sharing then, so we can go back to the live stream studio. And here we go. I will put on Sarah Oates and Fabrizio Falasca, who is our head of strings. Hello, Fabrizio. Hello, Sarah.
Hi, it's nice to be here.
Fabrizio, we cannot hear you. Try see microphone.
Microfono.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now it's good. Yes.
Hello, hello everyone. How are you? Nice to see you all here.
Nice to see you. So Fabrizio, you are in Italy. Sarah, where are you? Sarah is going to be our violin professor as well.
I'm in Antwerp, in Belgium.
In Belgium, wonderful. Yes. We're very international. Yeah. So Fabrizio helped shaping the string department. Would you like to talk about these? Very briefly, we're already above our limited time. Has gone so far. These 4 hours just flew away. It's incredible.
Yeah, I just introduced me very shortly.
Yes.
So first of all, I'm very happy to be here. My name is Fabrizio Falasca. I'm the assistant leader of the Philharmonic Orchestra in London, and I'm the head of strings department of LPMAM. I come from Italy, Napoli. I play soloist, chamber music player, and concertmaster, as well as teacher already in an Italian conservatory. I think I must say that I'm very honored and happy to be part of this wonderful project, Stefania. You did a really great thing. Really congratulations for that. I must say that the string department is very high level, very high level teacher with great musical experience, both a soloist, chamber music player, leader, and I think that actually each student can find his best tutor, no? To coach for his professional life. So I think that there is an incredible I'd say it's an incredible opportunity for the students, and it's amazing the range of varieties and possibility that the academy offer to improve the musical skill of each student. And I think this project has a big potential, and I'm sure that in the future will be even now a great landmark for London.
Thank you. Yes.
Sarah.
Sarah is going to be one of our violin star professor, and Sarah has a long experience with Philharmonia with Fabrizio. And Fabrizio, you didn't finish to mention, your incredible career and how you were to become the head of strings, and that's mainly because we met actually through Ambra. And Fabrizio is, you want to say, one of the leaders of the Philharmonia Orchestra, and leader of many other orchestras in Italy as well. Now you're professor at conservatory in Italy, and you knew how to choose the best people from the Philharmonia Orchestra to start building up the classical department for the instrumental side of it.
Yeah, I mean, when you first asked me to help you with the proposal, I immediately thought of the best I could I could choose from the Philharmonic Orchestra and the other orchestras. So especially I have a good relationship with Sarah and Eric because we play since 3 years already. Yeah, we play since 3 years with our quartet, the Philharmonia chamber players. So we have a good relationship and fantastic, musical, how to say, come si dice, we play together since long time, so this is wonderful. And also I asked other friends like Peter Keman, I know he was with you this morning, and all beautiful musicians and great person, I must say. So I'm very happy of this string department, and it will be like a strong, strong department of the academy, one of the strongest departments. So, and I'm very happy you listen to my suggestions. So.
Oh yes, I do. If there is something I learned in my experience is that you want to have the best to help you building what they know best. I know well enough, I guess, about piano, but then everything else I understand and appreciate, but I wouldn't really know at the top as you would know as you are a top violin player or a top, harp player, top percussion player.
Exactly.
So absolutely.
I don't see Eleanor. She's another our string department violin professor, Eleanor Wilkinson.
Yeah.
She's not here today.
Not here today. No, we didn't have very much time to invite everyone. Some people were busy because they were. I think she's performing as well with Laurent. That's why they couldn't. He was on before. So yeah, it's the faculty is so big that most probably we will have more open days where we will have the opportunity to have more people joining us live as well. Sarah, would you like to tell us something about your career and your
Sure.
experience?
So I'm actually originally from South Africa, and I started playing the violin. They're very unusual for anybody to play the violin, but I managed to find a great teacher, and then I came to London to study, and then I ended up studying in New York with Peter Zuckerman, which was wonderful. And since then, I've really led a sort of nomadic existence. I was, for a number of years, concertmaster in Amsterdam in the ballet orchestra. And then I moved on to Philharmonia, where I'm associate concertmaster. And I've been playing lots of chamber music all over the place. And now I live in Antwerp, which is wonderful because it's very central in Europe. So it's possible very easily to get to London on the Eurostar, but it's also such a central airport to get anywhere in Europe. And so this has been my life for many years. Of course, suddenly different this last year. And I miss incredibly playing with Fabrizio and Eric. We have a string quartet together, and really miss that. And we're very much looking forward to coming back to London, to teaching students, to playing quartet together again, and to playing in the orchestra. And I'm very excited about this project, and I can't wait to start.
Wonderful. Well, it was lovely to have you today. Thank you for joining us. Russell, it was on on our teaching platform, but he agreed in meeting us tomorrow because we're already over 10 minutes over the streaming that we planned for this event today. It's gone super fast. Thank you so much for helping us closing our very first open day of LPMAM live on Facebook and YouTube. There will be the recording, so people that missed today's event will be able to see it anytime. Ambra, would you like to add something?
No, that's all from me. And I think it was so amazing finally to put some faces to the names of all the wonderful people that I was chatting and messaging to in the last few days. So I'm really excited, and we're waiting for tons of students from every corner of the world to join this fantastic group of professors. And I'm looking forward to collaborating and creating exciting new projects all together.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, everyone. Dan, it's been lovely being with you for this Sunday morning, afternoon. And tomorrow, same time, 11 a.m., Facebook and YouTube live streaming with the jazz and crossover department, jazz and rhythms and crossover department. But we will start with Russell Painter, who Russell Painter is going to be later in the afternoon. So I'll tell you later. But thank you again for joining us, and have a great rest of this Sunday afternoon. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.